Morning everyone. Happy Thursday.
keep going high, she keeps going low. At the end of the day, she's gone. But you don't wait for me, 'cause I keep breathing fire. And you can tell her now.
Hello, Chatto! It's Thursday, and coming up today on Outcasts to Icons, the youth intake has happened. It may not have been the glowing reviews like it was in previous years, but some of these lads, I'm sure, will still make an impact, even if it's just for the B team when they inevitably claim that second division title. We, on the other hand, still have a chance at making Europe. We're 2 points behind Sevilla. Don't know why I held up 4 fingers. With only 7 games to go. It's entirely possible. The games are there. All that and more will be coming up today on Outcasts to Icons. And now the drop happens. Okay. Overdid it slightly. I'm standing up again. Look at me go. It does say start booty sequence, yes. That's been in there since the original time I used that intro, essentially. It's still not perfect, but I honestly just didn't want to sit down for another stream. I can't bear it. I didn't feel right sitting down last stream at all, so I just figured I'd give it a go standing up. It still doesn't feel perfect, but I also think that maybe just like standing up a little bit and just keeping things like the blood circulating could probably help a little bit, because I hate the fact I've not been able to run either. It's really made my brain go like, basically. How's everybody? What did you think of the wonderful, expansive, beautiful, tactical masterclass of a football match last night? I'll wait. Amputation is the only option. I'll get one of those wonderful like blade legs. You know, it was fucking appalling, wasn't it? It was, as Bill said in the intro, it was exactly what the game... It's exactly what you would have expected for that match. And yet, even I didn't expect to get that. It was... For a screenshot then, I was keeping an eye on that on my phone, honestly. It was one of those games where, when that goal went in, I legitimately turned to Pog and said, we have just seen the winner. I guarantee no one else is scoring in this match. And I'm not going to pretend that I was like paying super loads of attention in the second half, because if I recall correctly, Spurs didn't have a single shot in the second half of that game, which, to be fair, you don't need to. You're winning 1-0, right? It was really something. I don't even know if Onana does a lot. I suppose maybe he could have come and got the goal, but like at the end of the day, if you lose 1-0, could that really... I mean, is it really on the goalkeeper if you don't score? I realise it's not just one game, obviously, but in this exact isolated scenario, I think if your team's losing 1-0, you've got to be questioning the attacking output rather than the goalkeeper, right? The best thing that happened there could have been a 0-0 if he's absolutely on it, right? Obviously, oh, absolutely, right? Who cares? Bear in mind, he's a massive Spurs fan too, and I'm happy for him, honestly. I feel like I don't think it was Bolskov in the intro said, basically, this is the more interesting timeline, and I absolutely agree. I think if it had gone the other way around, it just wouldn't have been as interesting. This is now... Summer is very, very, very interesting, indeed. But apparently so. Because they got Maguire and Shaw for instance. I just don't think it can be entirely down. I think that was a joint... It was a group project, right? And he did some of the work for it. I'm surprised. When Spurs went... I'm honestly not sure they knew what to do at that point, really. It was just... It is mental that one of these teams gets to play in the Champions League next year. It really is just like every other team above them in the Premier League, just they're like, am I a joke to you? But there you go. Sketchy's Castle instead. I'll be honest, I was watching a lot of TikTok on my phone. The only thing I can remember from the second half of that game is that absolutely outrageous clearance off the line from Van der Ven. That was sensational. Probably the best moment of the game for me, honestly, was Van der Ven clearing that header off the line. Incredible scenes. Because it made me go, hey, look, there's something happening. And I went, wow. It's the sort of thing where you turn to the person next to you like, look at this. But yeah, it's yeah, I didn't really notice much about the commentary. It was Ali McCoy and Darren Fletcher, right? I think. And I normally like Ali on the comms. I will check out the regens in a sec, but obviously I'm on full screen, so I can't show regens at the moment. We need to figure out a way to make that happen. I could just have it literally as an overlay on top, but then you wouldn't see my beautiful face, and who'd want that? If anything, that'd probably be an improvement on the stream, right? Yeah, York was a weird one, because they were like so far clear in second in the National League, weren't they? And then absolutely ballsed it up against Oldham, if I recall correctly. Daza with the 51. How goes it?
Big number is big.
It is.
Also, watching United these days is like running into your old school bully 20 years later, and he's a homeless bum now.
Oh my god, that is an incredibly apt... That is such a good... Immense. perfect no notes. I could not. Yeah, no, that is exactly it, isn't it? Oh dear. Get watch out for it. You did the right thing, Cannibal. Honestly, it was just. I only watched it because I mentioned to stream that I mentioned to chat on Tuesday. Yes, I'm going to watch the Europa League final. I always felt obligated to keep watching it, but I tell you what. Things I remember from the second half. Van de Ven clearing it off the line and that really good save from Vicario in like the 96th minute off of that Luke Shaw header, which I feel like people are underplaying a little bit. He does get down. I know it's quite close to him, but he does get down pretty quickly and pretty smartly to actually make that stop. Wouldn't have been funny if Onana had scored just at the end. I love seeing a goalie go up for anything. It's always a fantastic time when that happens. Oh dear. It's... Actually, yeah, it's... Let's be honest, if it had gone to extra time, it would have 100% gone to penalties. There was no way anyone was scoring another goal in that game if Man United had scored another one. Both teams would have just passed the ball to each other and just gone, look, you know what, fuck it. We'll just let the hands of fate sort this one out. Hands of fate were not shining kindly there, but what do United even do from here? Genuinely. Like,
hello, Matty and Chatter. How the devil are you? Manchester United. They are screwed next season. Massive debt. No Europe for them. Anyways, I'm so happy for Tottenham and personally I feel splendid. Dazza 1889, you just made me clap for that comment. That was a perfect representation of Manchester United, and we are laughing.
Dazza 1889, I am going to start calling you by your full government name now. Do you know what? Right, it sounds stupid, but you've literally been subscribed for 51 months, and I've never even noticed the fact that there is a number after your name. I assume that is the founding of Brentford. When God had an off year. And what have you got there? Okay, chat, I have to show you this. Hello, Archer. What are you eating, woman? What is that? Is that... No, show chat. What you're... Oh, it gets big. What is it? Is it a bowl?
Garlic and cheese focaccia bread.
Garlic and cheese focaccia bread. Sorry, Pog's just walking in eating a giant loaf of focaccia bread. I was just like, what? It just kept coming out. That does smell amazing, actually. Yeah. Crack on, big man. No government names in chat, please. I'm sorry, Darren 1889. No. Oh, there we go. Let's do the verdict.
Very nice.
Oh my god. Do you know what it tastes like? It tastes like Pizza Hut cheesy bites when they've been in the fridge.
Yeah.
Mmm.
£2.50.
£2.50.
Okay, because more expensive.
You did hear focaccia. Oh, Jesus, right. Yeah, so it's from... No, I don't know anymore. What's it called?
It's focaccia bread.
No, it's brownbreadonline.co.uk. They have several different market stalls. They actually used to have a stall in the market that we used to go to back in Essex where we lived. So, which is just a crazy coincidence, I suspect. But there you go. They're really, really good. Yeah, you did hear focaccia. Right. Goal is scoring in my saves. Not organically. In the sense that, obviously, we've had goalies score because Sven Smakes has got plenty of goals. Brown bread, exactly. So, yeah, not without me doing any silly bollocks. One of these days, I am going to have a goal conceded to an AI goalkeeper because you know that in the last minute of matches, if the opposition get a corner or something, they will send their goalie up automatically. Can we see Jambol soon? We can. We won't be able to see him today. Well, we will be able to see him today, but just not at this exact moment. In a Range Rover down a country lane. Well, there's a lot of those in Essex for sure. Let's just see. Oh wait, we can see a bit more. Wait, or could we? No, that's definitely more information, is it not? Oh, that's not great. Do you know what? Let's just hope he's an attributes man. Either way, we lose out on like a bit of money, but it was worth a punt. I think this is why when we're outside of the transfer window, it makes no sense to punt on players like this, honestly. Like, oh shit. Oh, that's so nice, Mr. Informed. I mean, not that that's happened, but like the fact that that's happened for you. I'm really pleased for you. Like, I don't know any Man United supporters, so I was rooting for Spurs anyway, just because I have a lot of Spurs supporting mates, because again, Essex, right? So, but I'm happy for them. Also, there was a discussion in one of the group chats I was in last night talking about who becomes the next trophyless team that becomes the butt of that joke. Sorry, James. I'm afraid. Harris Tenerife, it's great. We're actually cooking right now. We're enjoying probably the least pressureful season I've ever had in FM, where the moment we realised we were good enough to not get relegated this season, it just became an absolute like free-for-all of whatever we can achieve with these youngsters is goated, basically. If you don't beat Betis.
Is that?
If you don't beat... What?
I missed what was said.
Well, then, this seems like a you problem for Catcher Lady. Epic Bubble! Thank you for the 2 months.
You mean you don't associate with any Man U supporters?
I don't. I refuse to. That's not true. I do. The only ones I know are people that I've met through FM. United could be... Now, United won the Europa League not even that long ago, right? So, there's that. I don't know. It's... Maybe no one takes on that mantle. I was going to say, if that's... Do you know, if Man United start being beaten with that stick, then you know that things are going better for them. Because there is an absolute armory of sticks to beat Man United with, and you haven't won a trophy in a little while, I don't even feel like is in the room yet. Like, once people start using that one, Man United are actually starting to do stuff again to the point where people are threatened by them. I think that's, if anything, the biggest indictment of Man United is people are no longer threatened by them. Bye, Pog. This year, they have lost... They've been losing the veneer for a while now, but I feel like this year, the sheen of any kind of, oh God, it's Man United, is gone. Like... They are completely, particularly at home. It feels like, honestly, Man United's better chance to win are away from home. I think they've got a better away record than they have home record this season, though. Oh. So there you go. Feels like rock bottom. But I feel like that's something people have said for a while. I agree with you. I think any of these people that are like, oh, they'll get relegated, they won't. Because, frankly, who's going to finish below them? If nothing else, United do still have, for the time being anyway, decent players and a good young core. Whether they're the right players or not, I don't know, but they're simply not going to get relegated, are they? It would take a genuinely, generationally bad season that also had them underperforming by an immense amount compared to like statistical numbers, because their statistical numbers are actually better than their league position this year. Not that that's an excuse, but it is slightly there. No, they can't do it again. They cannot do it again. Because they will, I mean, they're already starting to struggle to attract players, I assume, but it will get worse and worse and worse eventually. We get Arsenal fans. I think, honestly, like, even when Arsenal were in their, like, proper banter era for a little bit, what was the worst Arsenal finished? 8th one season? I believe, under Emery, maybe? I don't know if it was even 8th. It might have only been 7th, actually. I don't think Arsenal were ever this bad. Like, I honestly wonder if Man United had won the final, it might have actually done them more harm than good in the long term. It's a strange one. It needs to be an outliner. It cannot not be an outliner. Next Gen's already happened, actually. We did find some rather interesting guys on it. Yeah, I think we'd remember if Arsenal finished that low, but I'm just wondering if they had a random, like, 10th place or something. 12th place. Yeah, but 1995 is, like, way out of the realms of what we was referring to. It was that kind of era when, after the post-Wenger era, basically, where Arsenal kind of flopped off a little bit and were a little bit more of a soft touch. Yeah, so Jambor doesn't look that great. Yeah, I mean, Chelsea had a couple of woeful seasons. But they bounced back very fast. Those felt more like anomalies, whereas Man United just felt more like a slow decline. Even with occasional, like, blips of good fortune in there. Big Six sides. Well, Chelsea haven't actually been in the Premier League the entire time, have they, technically? But that's slightly different. Because that was before. In the before days. Rubio! Thank you for the 100 bits.
Officially done with undergrad and celebrating with the stream.
Mate, that's awesome. How do you think you got
Jam.
on? Let me just quickly do that look up and then we'll get into this first game. We've only got 7 games to do today, so we can actually, for once, yap. For once! For once! Man said for once. Chat, for once, I'm going to be yappy. I can't even take myself seriously here. What are we doing at? Asian Continental Cup winners. So, AFC Champions League, you mean? Watch it just all Saudi the entire time. A guilt-free, yeah. Oh my God, it actually is. Yes! For a second, I thought we were in for a world of hurt, but no. Luckily, Jeonbuk and Cerezo Osaka, and also Sepahan, bail us out there. That looked like it was going to be all Saudi clubs the entire way through. That's mental. But it is worth noting that it is the last 9 years have all been Saudi sides. Look at the runners-up, though. That's kind of cool. A couple of Sharjahs in there. Like, Pathum United in there, too. A Thai team getting to the final is actually kind of impressive. Second tier. Oh, yeah, there is another one, isn't there? The Ethiopia League. Is it this one? Conf Cup. Wait a minute. Is this the one? Paxtakor. Isn't that Uzbekistan? It is. So, Is that these? North Hang on, why are there no Saudi sides in this at all? How does this league work? Forgive me, I'm not familiar with how the Asian Confederation Cup actually works. I'm guessing it's not got the same nations in, right? Is this like more... I've actually never looked at this cup before. Oh, they don't send anyone. I see. Oh, that's worse. You think they'd at least send like their 7th best side. Shout out to Sydney FC for winning one as well. Okay, this one honestly looks more fun. One day, if I ever do a save in Asia, then that'll be my goal. Win this. Also, shout out to Kikwancha. Who is Kikwancha? Another North Korean team. Up the North Koreans. Speaking of, actually, did you guys notice this? Speaking of Indonesia, I was bored before stream and I was just looking through names. I think we may have seen this guy before, but this is Diki Lubis, who is an Indonesian striker. And I just thought I'd want to share that with you, you know? So Arsenal Wolves has relegation in their history. That makes sense, really, because, like... Because Arsenal have they ever been relegated? I swear they had never been relegated from the top flight. Or was that Everton? Over Pussy Mania? Pussy Mania Borneo. Oh, look at that. Immense. Plays for Pussy Mania Borneo, which is tremendous. I didn't even notice that. The badge is great. Wouldn't it be sick if you could click on the badges in the same way you could on kits and they blow up? Like it takes up this whole box instead.
Fun fact for today, geese have mid-air honk battles. While flying in their V formation, they honk to communicate and encourage each other, but sometimes it turns into a full-on honking competition to see who can be loudest. I'm
on board. I'm all about the geese. Geese lately have become my spirit animal in many ways. Which is another reason why I'm annoyed that I haven't really been able to leave the house or go for walks or anything lately. It's gutting, honestly. Sucks. Rubio? Wait, wrong button. Thank you. That's very, very kind of you. You're supposed to be celebrating, not me. But thank you. That is incredibly kind of you. Congratulations on finishing your undergrad. What are your plans from now? Or is this just a case of, I don't want to think about that. I've done the hard part. Now let me just have some time to breathe. Because, do you know what? Totally respect it. I was like that when I got kicked out of uni. Does it actually? Pergonator. Which language is that? Imagine if it is actually like, I'm trying to think what the language in Indonesia is. Is it Tagalog? No. Penguins do in fact have knees. I've never seen them. Slovakian. Ah. So if we signed him for like, I don't know. I was going to say Maribor, but that's Slovenia, isn't it? Or is it? Slovan Bratislava. There we go. Problem solved. Tagalog's Philippines. Ah. What is the most... what's the most commonly spoken language in Indonesia then? I like when I don't need to use Google. Javanese. Oh, that makes sense. I'm assuming there's a lot of indigenous, a lot of different languages that make up because it's a very large place. Valid crash happened for a select amount of players. It's not usually to do with certain amounts of players. It's usually just that it will happen to affect a lot of players anyway, but it's not random. It should be across the board, but you might notice it more drastic on higher valued players because there's more to lose. It's kind of like depreciation on a car, except it isn't, obviously. But in the way that, you know, I don't notice the depreciation on my '09 Ford Focus so much as I would do if I was driving like a Jaguar XFR. Do you know what I mean? Very nice cars. So it's kind of like that. Yes, so I'm still on the fence about this new addition to the tactic. But this is the point. Today is the opportunity to test that, particularly if we were to fall out of contention. But I do want to make sure that we're still in contention because I think there's a chance we could actually get it. Millionaire streamer. Oh, mate. Millionaire, mate. Millionaire streamer earns minimum wage. And is incredibly appreciative of the fact that he can do that. Quite simply. I was thinking about this yesterday a little bit. Just like how fortunate I am to be able to do this as a job and how grateful I am every day that I get to do this, right? So I'm just very, very grateful to all of you for watching and being here, basically, you know, allowing me to do this and sticking with me while I've been a bit, errant on the YouTube side of things, but allowing me to continue doing this in the meantime while I sort my shit out, get diagnosed, and hopefully get treated. And that would be, I'm very, very grateful. Right. What changes? Oh, yeah, Scott McTominay's back up there, bless him. What's the bench looking like? So the plan for today, basically, is we're finishing off the season. We've only got 7 games left, which means we can take our time with it, do a bit of tactical stuff as well, because it's fun, right? Who wants Steiny? Good question. It's only on the... I say it's only mental health issues, energy. Obviously, they're incredibly important too, but essentially, I've been going through the process of getting an ADHD diagnosis for quite a while. A lot of that stuff got a lot worse when I transitioned to a new style of YouTube content, and I hadn't realised at the time that that was going to happen, because obviously I was just unaware. Yeah, I just haven't been... It's the quantity of the YouTube output, basically. You have? Oh, okay, I was going to say that's cool. Obviously, you'd probably prefer not to. But yeah, so that's the thing. I was looking at the emails I had from the clinic, and they reckoned up to 18 weeks, which is actually 4 months. So I've already done one of the month. What YouTube output in it, yeah. Yeah, I'd like to be able to get back to that sort of stuff again. Let me get into a game, and then I'll sort of explain my thoughts a little bit further, because I want to make sure that we've got something going on in the background while I jabber. There'd be someone like me. Hang on, this is like... I do like having a full bench. Do you know what, chat? Okay, hands up who's with me. Do you just want to commit to Luis Socorro from the rest of the season at this point? We've got 7 games left. Moreno's going to leave in the summer anyway. It's almost like we may as well wear the new kit now. Do you know what I mean? Because I love this man, and I feel like he needs it. Right, Luis. Because if we get... Mbala, we do need to look at this right-hand side. And with the fact that Portera is currently playing left, for the time being, maybe Mbala should get a go. Exactly, if he's that bad, we can go wrong. I don't think he's going to be any notably worse. And if 7 games will give us enough of a... 6-month wait to get medicated? What? But anyway, 100%, yeah, sorry. It's because we had a few players that were missing for various reasons, and as a result, the bench has got a little bit squiffy. So there's a few players on here that shouldn't be... Wait a minute, that's quite a weird bench, actually. Hang on. Opry, honestly... Oh, no, we kind of do need Opry on the bench, don't we? Oh, we don't need the other Ayoze for today, anyway. I still like him, and I feel like he might have a bright future, but he's not as good as his enlengthened friend, so to speak. Oh... It's a good sample size. Psychiatry Yuka. Ah, yes. So that was who I was recommended with originally back in 2023. So this has been going on for a while now. But I'm using ADHD 360 now. We're going to have to start Sheila, I think, because Feta is dead. So is Portera, actually. Well, we might get some extra development. We should do. And it'll give us a chance to, like... It might even give us an opportunity to have some stats that we can compare on the advanced goalkeeping stats. Ah, shit, I could have been an extra sub. You know the one where it shows the goalkeepers on a distribution, but they have to have played a certain number of minutes, and I'm hoping that this will be enough for him to get that. Orgy ended up... It wasn't Napoli as well, was it, chat? I think it was, wasn't it? It was a lot of money. It was £20 million he moved for, or was it PSV? It was someone for, like... It was about 20 million quid, which is incredible, considering that we literally bought him as a joke. Well, Moreno's actually been okay this season. He is, I think he's 0.9 beneath. Which means he's still underperforming. Good God, look at this. But yeah, so what happened with the YouTube stuff in that sense was because I used to do Let's Play stuff, it was like streams where it was like I knew exactly what was needed and when. Every single day, so it was like a schedule that kept me going, and there was always an obligation in a way, and that allowed me to stay on task. I never had any issues with it. However, when I knew that I had to switch the content, so I did, and it worked, obviously. However... With that came this new freeform that it meant there was no schedules on videos. So I tried to self-impose the schedule. For a while that worked when the ideas were flowing for me. But the moment I found myself in any kind of issues there, it started to dry up a little bit. And then I burned myself out doing Premier League years. And then after that, I found it really difficult to get into any kind of consistent upload schedule. And it kind of got worse and worse and worse and worse and worse after that. And that's where I found the problem, which is why the streams have essentially been completely unaffected by this stuff, because it is just a thing I do when I show up, and I'm glad to every single time. And it keeps me very stable, actually, I would say, on stream days. That's a great pass. Come on. Oh, slide it back inside. Right, yes, beautiful. Oh, no. That was such a nice bit of play as well. That was actually glorious football. I love the interchanges. How shit is their form? Yes. Apparently. 18. Maybe. Ironically, when I saw doctors about this when I was a kid, because I actually did, I was told to... My parents were told to stop giving me E-numbers, so I wasn't allowed to eat Skittles or fizzy drinks. Herholt! Oh, it's beautiful. It is beautiful. It's 1-0. Come on. All right, now it's hard to get back in. Oh, mate. Honestly, even when I step away for... Like, I went away this weekend with some friends to watch Eurovision and just have a nice time. But it's the inertia just completely ruins it. Porter did make a good run. He's a very tired man right now, which I don't think is helping, but like, if we get this dub, we'd go above Sevilla. We go back. Also, that goal difference is really encouraging too. Oh, fuck me. Does that mean something in Norwegian, Mats? Am I just accidentally like doing karate in Norwegian? I'm just there like, jag heter Matt! Jag skulle vilja ha något att äta! I think that's Swedish actually, but still. We'll pretend that didn't happen. Never heard the name before. He's Danish, if that helps. Oh, come on. Oh, it's beautiful. It's another assist for Karapchaya. I actually think, do you know when we were trying to prioritize high, good quality passing on that right back? I'm glad we did. However, the fact that Karapchaya has 15 crossing is absolutely breaking this tactic in terms of quality. 15 crossing, and it's allowing us to pick out these back post crosses to people like Marcus. I think that's his 7th assist in half a season. What a guy. Oh, Blue Alien Smarties. Well, this is the thing as well. Like, you know when I always have a coffee and chat, or always like, oh, he's going to be hyper. It's like, I'm not actually. Coffee just gets me to like a sensible level. If I have caffeine at night, I get tired. Like, one of my favorite things to do when Pog works late is we go to McDonald's on the way back just to get some food. And I absolutely love a Coke Zero at like 11 o'clock at night because it just calms me down. It's to an insane level. I never feel more chill than when I have a Coke Zero, like with ice from McDonald's at like 11 o'clock at night. It just works for me. Go to Mackie. I'm a chicken select man. 5-piece chicken select with, currently, the garlic bread dippers. They are sensational. And I can't believe they would even take those guys off the menu. Yeah, I love zero drinks. I'm so glad that they exist. Because I felt like diet drinks, you could really tell the difference in the taste. But with zero drinks, I can find basically no difference a lot of the time. And the sauce. I'm not really a big sauce man. I'm not a saucy man, James, would you believe? I think it's just because that's more of a texture thing, potentially. Not really a big fan of like sauce and textures and stuff. Sadly. It's like, for example, Pog and I made teriyaki chicken the other day, and I'd never had teriyaki sauce before, and I just wanted to try random stuff because I'm trying to do that a bit more. And I've just come to the conclusion that I simply do not like sweet things as main meals. Like, that's why I don't really find Chinese food particularly enjoyable, because a lot of it does rely on sweetness for the main bulk of the flavour. Oh, here we go. Drop it back across. Come on, this is simple. Oh, hang on. Look at this. Oh! Any form of condiments on the food? Oh, no, I need some condiments, just not that. Like, most of the time I'm always adding spices and condiments to things, right? Except last night, because I had there's this really nice lemon breadcrumb Alaskan halibut you can get from Tesco's. I only ever get it when it's on Club Card because it's half price, but it is fire. I think it's Alaskan halibut. No, Alaskan pollock. It's fucking great. Would recommend if you're a fishy person. Like hot sauce. Not particularly, no. I like spicy things, but not if it's in a sauce form. I prefer the spice to be in like a powdered form that's like embedded into things. I'm getting better with it. That was really good. We were actually playing some lovely football. Put you on the roast dinner. A New Zealand thing. Right, New Zealanders. And any Andrew, Andrew, are you here? What's your thoughts? See, I'm a huge hater of mayo. I was an incredibly picky eater as a child. What? How are we staying in the... This is unfortunate. I was a massively picky eater as a child, and it got a lot better as an adult, but I'm now starting to wonder if I was actually a picky eater or whether there was other things potentially that was the reason for that, because it was often more about textures than it was about actual tastes a lot of the time. I was a proper beige dinner kid, and to be fair, Pog and I did have a proper beige dinner last night. It was fucking great. Sometimes you just got to do that, right? It's what I do. I didn't even like McDonald's until I met Pog. I was not really... I didn't like Pizza Hut until I was... I didn't even like pizza until I was like 18. To give you an idea. Considering that's like classic kid food kind of thing, right? Banana texture. See, Pog hates banana texture. I actually don't mind banana texture, which is weird. You'd think that would be the sort of thing that I'd be like, what? But no, Pog hates bananas. Mbala's not done great. I have to unsub. No, I love pizza now. Come on. Look at the state of me. I just realised, because of the sub thing, that made it look like that was my entire stomach sticking out and not just me putting my back forward. Look at that. Oh, that's good, actually. I like that. Did I have pizza? No, it's not that I didn't have pizza. I didn't enjoy pizza until my ex-girlfriend, when I was like 18 years old, no, maybe 17, took me to a Pizza Hut. And even then I was like, it's fine. Hello, Gazman, how are you, my friend? Oh, the hot ones one. Yeah. Petrol in your mouth. See, this is another thing I find with hot stuff. I feel like I'm a hater of hot things that are just hot. As in, the flavour is heat. I can't stand that. Like, I want things to be spicy, because I really do like spiciness and capsaicin, that kind of burning feel in my mouth, but I want it to come with flavour. It has to have flavour too, otherwise it's just pointless. I remember, I don't know if you've ever, some of you guys have probably been to Pizza Hut. They do these like spicy chicken strips, right? They're not even particularly hot either. But they don't taste of anything except heat. And it's not even a nice heat. That's the thing. How are we 3-2 in this game, by the way? We're just bashing on about, like, Pizza Hut. Meanwhile, this team is sort of bottling it a little bit against Granada. Like, the television channel went out of... Oh, that's a penalty. Oh, go on, Herholt. Oh. Can't taste anything. Yeah, I think maybe it's just that... No, there's Dutty Pizza. Oh. To be fair, we have now finally discovered our local Dutty. It took a little... What on earth? It took a little while for us to find our proper local Dutty Pizza. No flavor, it's pointless. DMC, we've just been discussing all sorts of stuff for about... This started off with me talking about being a picky eater when I was a kid, and now we're talking about, like, your go-to Pizza Hut or, like, KFC order. It's great. Calorie per... Oh, yeah, no chance. It's just not my vibe. Can I bring back, maybe? He actually already plays the role. We don't need to train him. That's the reason we wanted to try him there over anyone else, because he actually already knows the role. That's offside, surely. Oh, what a save from Socorro. Socorro hasn't been amazing today, I must admit. The price of pizza is insane. However, there are ways around it. So basically, this is a bit of an as and when basis, but Pog and I live really, really close to a Pizza Hut. So as a result, if you do collection, R1 does 50% off pizzas basically every day. So if you're around, you can get it, and it actually brings your Pizza Hut order down to a not stupid amount while still being expected. It brings it in line with what you'd expect with other pizza places, basically. So you're still looking at like 40 quid, though. Steve, thank you very much for the 17 months. However, that's very kind of you, man. Hope you're having a lovely day. What I would say is the place that Pog and I have found, the new Dutty, our entire order, that includes Pog having a giant kebab. They do chip shop chips as the chips, which is amazing. And all the other stuff that we have, £26. That's what I'm talking about. That's the kind of place you want. How many pizzas? That is with 2 full-size pizzas, cheesy bites, all that sort of jazz. That was a bit of a fortunate win in the end, considering. Oh, yeah, it's exactly the kind of place you think it is. So I genuinely thought I had the menu in one of the drawers behind me. Yes. Oh, the Dutty is amazing. It's... If you... I mean, I'm sure you have these in other countries too, but if I explain this to you in a very England-centric or UK-centric way, you'll all get what I mean. It's Bossman Takeaway, obviously. The sign above with the yellow background and the red writing on it. The chrome counters... The fryer, the pizza boxes piled high on one side, just on the corner of the street. Menu printed with all the different colours of the rainbow on it. That's the kind of place I'm talking about. It's fire. The word Dutty. Dutty Scram Van. No way. So basically, Dutty, as far as I'm aware, is... It's basically just a bastardization of the word dirty, but dirty implies negativity and has like a negative connotation. So I feel like Dutty kind of softens it and makes it more comical. And it's the kind of pizza place that you're going to have grease on your fingers afterwards. I think that's why we call it that, because it ain't gourmet, but it's fucking delicious, right? Usual boss. Exactly. We were like that with our previous place, to be fair. One time, Pog ran up the old Dutty back in Essex, and they literally, because obviously they see the number coming in, the guy on the other end of the phone read out our order. Just straight off the bat. Just didn't... He was like, hi, this is blah, 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 blah. And she was like, hi, I'd like to place an order. And he just read out the order. I was like, maybe I am fat. After all this time, maybe I am fat. I told you we were in for some guilt-free yapping today. Yeah, I think it's not a thing that I'm like... It's one of those, like, idioms that... Pog and I just have weird words for a lot of things. I think when you've been together for such a long time, you develop this weird sort of couple language. You get the same thing with your mates as well, I find. There are certain things that I could say to my friends and they'd know exactly what I mean. So, for example, if I told my friends that someone wiffle balled, they would know that it's shorthand for when someone laughs and they've got drink in their mouth and they spit it everywhere. It's strange things like that, right? What did you just jump into? We were just discussing boss man pizza places in provincial towns and how great they are. Is the best way to describe what's just happened. Las Palmas are actually keeping up with us, well, are they? We just need Sevilla not to win the game in hand. Sign the Croatian baller. Well, we hasn't signed officially yet. We have actually only gone one day, in fairness. So you pick it. Yeah, you literally do, though, because you have a shared history and therefore you have a shared lexicon. I think Inferno would find this quite interesting. It's been a while since I've been able to... The only place in my life that I've ever actually been able to ask for the usual is when I was in sixth form. We used to walk up through the village to this bakery every single lunchtime, and I would order the same thing because, of course, again, picky eater, right? So it was a cheese baguette, and literally, we'd go in there every lunchtime, and the lady would just hand it over the counter and be like, "The usual, Matt." I'm like that Shaq meme. But that's the only time I've ever had the usual. Although we're kind of getting there with our local coffee place, to be fair. To the point where we have so many loyalty points now with Silver Oak that we can pretty much afford a full meal at their restaurant. Which is concerning, but also delicious. Covering a different social group. Oh, totally, Frank. It's always interesting when... So, for example, this weekend, it was the usual social group that haven't been together in a big group for a while. And then, like, we met our friend's Mrs. for the first time. She's an absolute Donnie as well, which is brilliant. Because you're just never sure what people are going to be like and whether you can use your full array of horrendous humour, basically. You have to gauge it properly. Luckily, once you realise that you've got no problems, you're like, right, we're in. It's always a good sign. We'll tell you what, right? Off to beat United in the Conference League. Andrew, how's it going? Right, we had a question about New Zealand, and I can't remember what the question was. I think it was something to do with ketchup on a roast dinner. Thoughts? An idiolect. Love that. I like that. Yeah, mine and Pog's idiolect is horrendous. It is absolutely insane because of the sheer length of time. Oh my god, I'll tell you what, right? Our B team has suffered since we switched this tactic, which does concern me slightly. Like, this is another defeat, and it feels like somewhat fortunate for them to win that, but it's just, I don't know, that's the sort that concerns me when you look at their form.
Nana can explain dirty with a West Indian accent. Mere guan fi check de dirty gal dem over there, touch her and tell her say tonight.
Fair enough, Bagmas. Thank you for the 50 bits. I never thought Stream Nana would ever say this. UK rapper Songer. I've never heard of him. Do you have a picture, Big Mac? Also, it's no coincidence we started talking about McDonald's when you turned up. I'm just saying. Hello, Jim. How's it going, man? Long time no speak. Do two sex. I love a good lookalike because I get compared to a lot of people. For example, when we were doing FIFA, one of the they were making some socials content, and one of them was literally, "Who do you think is your guy?" Form since we changed. That is the form since we changed, I think. B team's best players. Not really though. We didn't. Remember, the B team has priority, so... different song, Inferno. This is a great piece of music, but it is not that one. This is the song that was used in an episode of Top Gear, the Middle East special. It's just a really beautiful piece of music that I really enjoyed. But yeah, so the B team guys, they always have priority to play for the B team over us. So if there's a B team game, they're in it. That's on the same day. The only time they don't play for the B team is when they're injured, I guess, right? England video coming out in it. I simply don't know. I have absolutely no idea what's going on with that. Aaron has asked a few times, but we suspect that it's just got caught up in bureaucracy at this stage. Because it is... It could be one of those ones that requires more... Oh, it was to read... Oh, no, it was PSV. Wait, they didn't make a profit on it, did they? Immense. Head on the Rocks. I think they made it better in a way, James. It's not my favourite, but it's one of them. Or an iPad at the moment. Oh, it's... Every year, Pog and I go through and rewatch them. And then skip the indie one because I just don't think it was as good as the others. It was too, like, scripted seeming. Let's have a look. Ready for the to appear chat? Watch it just be a pair of tits on the screen and I've just been absolutely... He's a handsome chap. I see what you mean perhaps about the eyes and this area of the face, actually. His ears are slightly different to mine, but I see kind of what you mean. I wish I was as handsome as this man. On the way down the road, he can actually... It's very true, yeah. I think you're right. It could be, I have very different hair as well. Yeah, I agree, Taylor. That's my favourite as well. Because there's so many things that Pog and I quote in our idiolect from that alone, to the point where if I'm even vaguely stressed, I will literally go to the fridge and be like, I've never been shouted at so much in all my life. I need a zesty drink. I know. Have you seen some of the new women's kits just in general across world football in general? Why are they so nice? And why have they at least started selling them in the men's cut now? Or a unisex cut? Because this was my issue. I wanted to buy some of the ones from the previous World Cup or the Euros, and they didn't sell them in like a men's cut or a unisex cut, which meant that it would just simply not fit on my body. There were some absolute bangers. I think Spain had a great one. Germany had a great one. Japan always have absolute monster kits. The women's kits are just undeniably better. Podrick from Game of Thrones. I think I've seen this one before. I feel like his eyes with his hair and beard potentially, perhaps. They are really, really sick though. Christ, that's probably where I got it from as well, actually. Yes, we did get the intake. It wasn't like spectacular. We did get a 5-star guy in it, but it wasn't like immense. It is wild that they don't do it in like even like a basic unisex cut or whatever. There was actually no, there wasn't a Jose in it. There actually was. He wasn't any good, but there was. There was also Jambor. Here we go. I'm not convinced he's going to be as good now that we've seen that little extra report, but I think this is just a lesson learned on signing players outside of a window without scouting them properly. Inside a window, we could be forgiven for doing that because, you know, punt, right? Favorite non-Fulham kit ever? Oh, that's a deep-ass question. Okay. Good question. Fuck me, that's so many kits. I think it's still retro Inter Milan Pirelli. Those era of kits. I know that's quite a large era, but any of like those early noughties Inter Milan Pirelli sponsored blue and black striped kits might be my favourite. So much so that I love those kits so much that when I had my fake football league in my head and all that shit and I would remake it into football games, that's the kits I would model for my like hometown. I don't think I'll be able to play that on stream if that's the Rapid just because of the copyright stuff, and it will go through actually onto the VOD, unfortunately. But I will 100% take your word for it. I see what you mean though, completely. Red bit. No, I do. I think that's sick. So England, if you're watching and want to send me I can add it next to my other England box of kits. No, sadly Oyozi's not another centre-back. He was just another player. That's kind of cool, actually. I like that. I like the blue as well. Didn't have the rights. They were called Blue Nieri. Oh, it was brilliant. In my head, in my old like imaginary sports league, my tiny little village in Essex had like 4 teams because obviously it did. It's like, where the hell are they putting these stadiums, bro? Like, what are we saying here? I just think that I feel like obviously the women's the club kits seem to be identical, right? There's like generally speaking, it's usually only a sponsor change on the club kits, right? I can't wait until they start having variations, and maybe they do in the WSL. I want to see more variations in the club kits from the men's partner, from like the men's version of it. I feel like the ones that are going to lead the ways will be the independent teams, because we've got an independent team in the WSL next year, have we not? With the London City Lionesses, which is kind of sick. Hello, Pog. How goes it, Chief? Oh, shit. Oh, that's not too bad, actually. You're right. Mm-hmm. What's up, Chief? Are we Titanicing it? I'm king of the world! And so on. Shit! Iceberg ahead! Oh, no, it's right. It's fine. It was just Real Sociedad. multi-club ownership thing. But at least it's slightly more independent, right? It'd be sick if they did actually have differentiation for them as well. Ooh, what's this? I love the retro Adidas logo so much. I'm a sucker for an Adidas kit of any form, pretty much.
Look into the goose top.
The goose top. Yes, there's an Adidas goose top, chat.
Hello.
Is that Juve? Oh, that's sick, actually, to be fair. Wherever you are, indeed, exactly. Wherever you are, you're near Real Sociedad. Or San Sebastian, to be correct. Oh, amazing. Just thinking about this yesterday. You know when the game was being played in Bilbao for the final? I remember I think it was the main commentator saying Bilbao, and in my head, all I could hear was, well, actually, it's Athletic Club, and I lost my shit at my own imaginary joke. So yeah, I just thought I'd share that with you.
Is that what you were cackling at?
That's one of the things I was cackling about. I couldn't share it with Pod because she wouldn't understand it. It would require too much lore.
You told her about my parents' house?
No, I haven't told her about your parents' house. So basically, chat, Pog's where do I even start?
Let me to explain.
But will you do it with such vim and vigor and flair? Well, there you go. You can correct me if I'm wrong about stuff. I'll be like the BSL sign language interpreter, but I'm still speaking. Okay.
That's a shame for everyone.
Basically, how dare you? First of all, how dare you? Secondly, basically, Pog's... I'm going to sneeze now. Which is ironically going to be foreshadowing for what I'm about to explain.
So you fart.
I think I was pretty close to it. What? Oh, no, I've got a sneeze. There we go. Lovely. Sorry if that got any on your chat there. Basically, Pog's parents were having... They had a leak basically come from the bathroom into their kitchen. So, as a result, the home insurance, whatever, they've got contractors in to try and fix that. However, in the process of doing that and finding that, they accidentally found... What's it called? It's called Artec, is it? Artex in the ceiling. But because they can't verify whether it was pre-1980s or post-1980s, they have to assume that it's asbestos or got asbestos in it. So as a result, Pog's parents are going to have to move out of their house while they completely tear out the underfloor.
So they've got to basically get all what they think. They don't know if it is asbestos or not, but they've got to treat it like it is. But because they're doing it for the insurance, my parents don't have to pay anything. But they've got to tear out everything. And they've also found out that they've also found that the joists in the ceiling are all completely rotten. So now they've got to get that done as well. So now my parents might have to move into a caravan with 2 dogs. My brother's now looking after our cat in his house. But my dad works from home, so my dad's got to go back home with the dogs to be able to work from home. But he can't use the bathroom, so he might have to wee outside.
So yeah, fun times there for the Pog family household. There's Dennis Gorka, no caps. Actually came from Leuven in the end there. Bit of a shit show, you might say. Yes. Because I heard only heard Pog's half of the phone call, and all I heard was like, oh my god, how long are you going to have to move out for? And I'm like, what the hell has happened here? So there you go.
Yeah, my mum's a bit of a clean freak as well, so she's probably there in her house, trying to get it out herself.
In it. Wow, he's moved around a lot, hasn't he? Whilst it is bad, obviously, luckily it's all being covered by insurance, so they're...
My mum had a chuffed a bit, so they're getting a new bathroom.
They're not out of pocket because of it, they're just out of house and home.
Yeah, they're getting a new bathroom out of it.
Right, there you go.
And new kitchen.
Imagine if that happened here, what would we do? Stream from a caravan.
Yeah.
Not sure I'd quite get the connection, honestly. Love a hit the Scotland kit, let's have a look. Right.
Oh, I think that's
rhubarb and custard.
It's my sweets.
It's rhubarb and custard, no?
It's my sweets.
It's 100% rhubarb and custard. It's that new Iron Brew flavour.
I quite like that.
I don't hate it, but that's what I'm getting by it. There's a lot going on with it, I agree.
I like it.
It does look a bit like a goalie kit, agreed. I feel like goalies get away with that.
It does look a bit like fruit salads.
You know for a fact, Annarith, if I tried to go to a local football game, somehow a meteor would fall on my head because apparently I am literally being prevented from going to an Ely City game no matter what. I've tried twice already since we moved here and there's been something that's got in the way both times.
It's not Iron Brew, it's Red Bull, I think.
No, it's definitely Iron Brew. Yeah, there's 2 new Iron Brew flavours they've launched. One's called I don't know, Nessie's sperm or something, and the other one's called Unicorn Blood. They're names that are equally silly. Yeah, look it up. There's 2 new flavours. So yeah, Lampard just kind of went to Bolton for a bit and then kind of went away. It's Gerrard that's had a more interesting career.
Okay,
bye. Bye, Pog. Much love. I typed... why was I typing in Gerard Steven? It's just like alter universe. It's Gerard Stevens. So... Oh, hang on. Do milestones, and then we can see jobs. So there we go. Nessie's Nectar and Unicorn Tears, that's the one. Yeah, I don't know what they actually... I think one of them is actually rhubarb and custard flavour, no? Could not go to the European fun. I see your point. Teaching Pog a good stream. I don't know. Pog has played FM on stream once, but that was in 2015. So, yeah, he went to Borough for a bit. Wow, it took him ages, actually. I've just realised how long it took him to get a job in this save. I should be pointing at something. Also, can we talk about the fact that it's £130? That's insane. Football kits are just an absurd price. They really fucking are. It's just DHgate for everybody else, right? Right, Rails, this is going to be not an easy game at all. Germany they had that one that was, I think my favourite of the women's kits for the last big competition was the Germany kit, because it was the one that had the Black Forest on the away kit, if I recall correctly. Last time, I guess, but like, the rate that I wear football kits, every kit I buy lasts so long. The only kit I've got that has got any kind of like cosmetic damage to it, to the point where it'd be like, I wouldn't want to wear this outside, is my fake AS Roma shirt, which I bought in 2003. So even in 22 years, it's still got some holes in the armpits and shit. But other than that, I don't know. I don't think I've... What are you doing with your football shirts? Just working on the building site with them, I guess, maybe. Let's see. Yeah, white football shirts. I mean, this is the problem with being a Fulham fan, you see. We have a lot of white kits. So I must admit, I don't actually own many of them. I tend to buy the away kits more than the home kits, because often the home kits with Fulham are a bit dull. It's usually just black and white in it. Like, my favourite Fulham shirts are all away kits for the most part. Forever on the wall behind them. But that isn't for the want of trying, Bagpuss. That is solely because I'm not allowed to hang stuff on the wall. That's why we got these shelves. This is my attempt at it. Believe me, if I was going to do that thing, I would just have like my FMFC shirt with my name on the back on the wall, my England shirt with my name on the back that I was gifted. Things like that. I'm still proud as fuck as that shit. Like, trust me, I would hang it on the wall if I could. That's why I have the box that the shirt came in on the shelf instead. Like, I have like an old signed Fulham shirt from like 2006, which is signed by the entire squad, which has got Coke on it, unfortunately, because again, I'm a spilly man. Speaking of spilly men, I did the most ADHD thing I think I've perhaps not ever done, but close to it yesterday. And I sent Pog a video just because I was so like embarrassed at myself. Is this going to be the same lineup? We just start Feta instead of Chilavert. I'm just kind of content with it. Like Coke or Coke. Oh, the brown kind? Come on now, chat. Like I need that. Basically, I was making myself a coffee yesterday morning, and you know my MTK coffee cup, the big one. And I was stood there, and I was like, why is and all of a sudden, out the corner of my eye, I saw this coffee leaking all over the worktop, and I went, fuck, the coffee machine's leaking. Christ, what's happening there? Took 3 more seconds of it pouring out for me to register the fact that there wasn't a coffee cup under the coffee machine. It was just dry. It was just spilling straight out of the nozzles, straight onto the desk. Then my brain went, oh Christ, what's going on? I was holding the coffee cup in my fucking hand. So yeah. So ADHD 360. If you could hurry up, that would be amazing. Lads. Right, okay, we go again. Oh, Jesus. It's just like the silliest thing. The amount of times that I have nearly thrown my phone in the toilet. Or put my phone in the fridge. Whilst putting like a milk carton back in, but holding my phone in my other hand. Shit like that. Put it on lateral like a coffee. No, this was at like 11 a.m. yesterday morning. Just... the amount of times I've nearly thrown my phone in the toilet. So I shoved my mouth under the nozzle. Cool, that would have been hot, wouldn't it? Portea, what's his record like since he's moved to that role? The average rating is higher, even if he hasn't actually contributed as... Well, he's still got an assist there. The crucial thing is that his average rating is higher. However, you would need to see that over a longer period of time just to see how his, like... it could be quality of opposition is what I mean. Right, there's definitely another space on the bench. I'm certain of it. Who do we even want? It's nice to have options, isn't it? Let's go with the other AOs, because why the fuck not, eh? We can do it at this point. Only they can save you from yourself. Pretty much, yeah. Bloke will probably stand up from the system and hand it back to you. Yeah, be that guy from the boat. When I left my phone on a bench just down by the river, Pog run it, guy from one of the boats saw it, picked it up, I ran back round, he grabbed it and was like, hey, there you go. I still see that guy all the time. He has like this boat, it's named after his dogs. It's just, fuck, I love living here. If I'd done that where I used to live in Essex, that would have been gone. Is that Jeremy Doku? Yes, it is. I think I've said this twice now. Do you say, oh yeah, you're right, sorry. Herholt is really solid in this role, but we do still probably need to persist with the Juicy Boy. What's Herholt's record like, actually? Yeah, 3 goals, 3 assists is pretty good numbers. Who's he wanted by? Because of course he is. I honestly don't really want to sell him, because he's not actually worth that much. Like, if they triggered his release clause, then fine, but I don't think I'd willingly sell Frederick Herholt, simply because he is such a useful player that we know performs well in this tactic without being asked to.
Matt,
he just does
what the
stuff,
skit?
right?
As an autistic person, that is poor even for you, Matt. Hurry up, UK NHS, give man his ADHD pills. Save himself from himself.
I should stress, that isn't the norm. Normally I'm not quite that bad, and I think it was just the fact that because I was away all weekend and I hadn't had a chance to decompress, I suppose, my brain was still in like hyperdrive, more so than even normal, which is why yesterday I just couldn't. At that point I was like, right, yeah, you're not getting anything done today of any note, of any use at all, pretty much. But there you go. Well, it did give me more time to think about that that longer term video that I wasn't mentioning, but I might mention now, because I'm going to maybe do it as a short series first and then turn it into a long form video afterwards, potentially, anyway. On the plus side, at least with the fact that it's 18 weeks, it means it should be like August kind of time, so it should be before the next game cycle, which is perfect, because maybe I'll have a chance of being a normal human being there, and we could have a go at being a content creator again. Who knew? To be fair, he already had those positions, BDW, so it can definitely use a lot of that up, but you sort of get a little bit back as they kind of learn other roles as well. It kind of goes around the block a little bit. Played AMR, not same position. Wait, hang on, he was playing AMR there? I swear I compared his positional thing in. He was... had his AMR compared to his WBL role, right? Trying to be a human being. Yeah, no, I'd never go that far. I'm not crazy. Oh, shit. Oh, wow. There's been a lot of post hits lately. One thing I did want to check, actually, after this game, or I could probably do it now, actually, is just look at Karapchea's 7 assists in that period of time is actually ridiculously good and very exciting. I don't think he's going to get much quicker, but it seems that, weirdly, he's not being affected by it as much. It's that crossing. It's the 15 crossing and 15 passing and the great technique, I think, that is allowing him to not need to get into great... He seems to be able to deliver a good pass or a cross without having that extra yard of pace required to open the space up. Like, it seems that he can get it around the defender without having to do that because of his great crossing, passing and technique. Which makes you think that if he does get quicker, which potentially could happen, he's still only 18, 19, even if it's only by 1 or 2 points, he could start to become an incredibly effective footballer for us. Is that Lorenzo Pirola? It can't be, right? It is! Lorenzo, my boy. I remember you. You're one of the first players I ever really got obsessed with on stream. 8th will not be Europe, no. Spain are so far behind on the coefficients that there's no hope in hell of it. They're like 7th on the year themselves, so the only way that they'd get 8th spot would be Europe, would be if they somehow... Actually, I don't think it's even possible for Spain to get an extra spot at this stage. They're so far behind England and Germany. All these countries. Oh, absolutely. I think, weirdly, stream is one of the few places, I think, over the years that I've actually been able to be myself the entire time. Most other walks of life, I'm in some way trying to be business goose. Whereas I feel like on stream, I've always been silly goose. Because I think it's actually kind of required in many ways. Bilal is the kind of player that I will 100%... Basically, I don't want to like see him stagnate too much. I want to cash him when he's at his most expensive. And I suspect that that's this summer. If someone does want him this summer, I think it would be the right time. Even though he's the club captain, I don't see him getting back in the team very easily ahead of Karapchea, because I truly think that perhaps Cole Pineda might honestly be a better player still. Did Spot get into play? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things. To be fair, I don't think I would have really even thought about this as a thing if it wasn't for stream. Because people on stream, even back in the day, would be like, so when did you get diagnosed with ADHD? Come on! We lead away against Real Sociedad. Europe is on, I'm telling you. Van der Leyen is crushing it. But I didn't start taking it seriously until like really late 2022, early 2023 kind of time. And I went, oh, actually, enough people have said this now to the point where I'm like, is there something to this? And I'd never really looked into it before. The only real sort of connection I'd had to it was when I was a small child and my parents were told, don't give me numbers. Because that was in the 90s when they just assumed that all hyperactivity was caused by colouring. Right. We're very fortunate to be winning this game. But if we do win this game, then we actually kind of need a favour from our boys, which is a little bit of a worry. I say our boys, our absolute not boys. Whatever the opposite of boys is in this case. They're not even buys. Pineda. Veta hasn't been great in this game, but I trust him so much that a lot of the time I don't want to take him off. Yeah, the buoys, indeed. By colouring. Yeah, so there was this myth in the 90s, or Scarlet, that the E additives that were often used in food colouring in sweets and stuff were causing hyperactivity in children, basically. Probably the sugar was probably doing more of it, I would have thought, but there you go. Come on, Albert. Right, it's funny you mentioned that, because I'm pretty certain there was an update, wasn't there? Some kind of, it probably was just like a random like bug thingy or some kind of type. Probably find they've removed another club's name or something. But I do remember seeing something in my Steam library about some kind of update. Play Football Manager in how many hours? I dread to think. It's the 10,000 hours. It was Man City. Oh, really? Oh, was it actually that? Oh, Steiny? Oh, big effort there. Pineda has got some crossing on him. That's what I mean about it. I just don't think Bilal's going to get back in the team. Well, I'm amazed he nearly picked a guy out with that, honestly. Player pictures and stuff. Oh, really? Okay, yeah. Oh, wait, Raul! It's 2! Raul has scored again! This guy. It was good composure. We're 2-0 up. We might actually get Conference League. This is not a game. This is one of the... We only have like 2 tough games left. This is one of them. Away at Real Sociedad. And incredibly, we might actually get a dub here too. This is awful defending from Iriondo, but that's brilliant from Raul. Just gets the ball, spins, bang. As I see him if we didn't put him off. The problem is with that, I don't know... It's basically, maybe we keep that in the back pocket in case there isn't an organic bid for him in the summer. We've actually pulled ourselves back into this game quite nicely, you know. I just don't concede off this play and we should be Gucci. Raul has 17 in total, but obviously most of those have been scored for the B team. But he does have a good chunk of them for the A team as well, which is sick. Mr. T is absolutely delighted about that. We'll have to have a little look. The game doesn't track it very easily on the main profile page. You have to actually look a bit deeper. Also, looking like a clean sheet for Socorro right now. But I do like the idea of perhaps retraining Bilal to play there. Because he does have a lot of the... Oh, I'll tell you what, Mbala, he may not be the fastest right now. But one thing he does possess is a little bit of an aerial threat on that winger too. Oh, wow, is that really a shot? And Mbala doesn't have match sharpness yet either, which isn't helping. That is an absolutely sensational victory. Van der Leyen man of the match, but again, like Socorro, great performance. Do you have to make 2 stops? Immense. Ruthless the number of saves that have ended after a week. You say that, but I actually don't have many of those, except for ones I play offline. Like, you know me, I'm actually able to commit to a long-term save, but I suspect the main reason for that is because it's for content. I think that the longest save I've ever had that wasn't for content was my Etzela Ettelbruck save, and that was only like 5 seasons. Probably. I'm just trying to think if I've gone any further than that. My original Unial one, that lasted maybe 4 or 5 seasons as well. I just haven't. So yeah, maybe it's just that the obligated side of the content part of it means that I end up actually sticking with things because it's like, it's my job. And even before then, it still wasn't my job, but it was like content. Therefore, there was a sort of... My Brazil one, no, that was even shorter than that. I only did like 3 seasons with Chape. Remove Man City and only Man City. That is quite funny. I can think of 115... Oh, dear. Loads of time. Just yeah, it's... I'm like that in most things, honestly. That's why I really struggle to play a lot of games that don't have an immediate game. That's why I like Slay the Spire, because it's like I can just drop in and it's always fresh and it keeps the dopamine going nicely. That's why my favorite types of games are those kind of roguelike types. Youth Intake, yeah, absolutely. I think it will still show it properly, right? The only player that's missing from this is Nelson, because he obviously got signed up to a pro deal, so he doesn't show up there properly yet. But this was the Youth Intake. There was one other player who I think is in the 19s. Why is ability on here twice? I didn't know you could do that. Where is he? Oh, is he in the B team? I hope he's in the B team. Christ. Here he is, Nelson Santos. Ooh, no longer 5 stars. Solid player, but I don't think he's quite on the level of some of the others. However, look at the state of our B team. That is the PA. We have 18 players who have a little bit of that. Where is Simpost? There he is. He's out on loan at Toledo. And he has played 11 times. Tell you what, he's actually developing quite nicely. Alex Sid. He was just a random guy from... Oh, yeah. Was he... Wow, okay, Alex. Go off, sis. Go off, Sid. Not quite fast enough on the pace side of things, but he's surprisingly all right, actually. What would you rather have to deal with? Have no nose, but have a really good smelling fingers, or be blind, but have a really nice smile? Good God. I think I'd still rather have no nose. I think of the two, that's a tough one, actually. Yeah, do you have to smell through your fingers, or do the fingers just smell really nice? But then how would you know they smell really nice? Because you can't... Well, I suppose you could still smell... Could you smell without a nose? I mean, is there still things about... Are there still parts of your body that would be able to smell in that sense? Because essentially, you don't actually smell with your nose, do you? You smell with your tongue, essentially. Or is that incorrect? It's probably just some bollocks. I swear it was like the air hitting like your taste buds in some ways sort of creates the... Stop pointing your finger. Yeah, you're just like, hang on a minute, let me just smell your food. 75% of taste is smell. Ah, he sees it the other way around. Yeah, I was going to say, all I'd be smelling right now, I would get so sick of the smell of my mouse. You know? It's terrifying. Okay, so we have got a win again, but there's no way we're getting promoted this season unless we do a miracle through the playoffs. It's good to see that they have now started to win, but I think the issue basically is more to do with the fact that they don't have a player that can sit in that left wing-back role comfortably. Well, this mouse is clean because this is a brand new mouse. Literally arrived last week, and I haven't used it until this morning. Yeah, they are still playing Sioane there, so I think part of the issue is that they've not got a guy that can actually naturally play that role. Oh, no. All in Rodash. Cruciate ligaments. 10 to 14 months out. He was potentially one of the guys I had earmarked as a real banger for the future because of that pace and acceleration. I thought maybe he could have been better than Mbala. Yeah, he is looking a bit dunzos. He's just full... That's proper John Okoro right there. Made to play the previous formation. I think they can, right? How do we do that? I think you might be right, Comrade. Probably for the betterment of the team, if we could get them to play the other formation, it would probably be better. There is definitely a way to make that happen, and I forgot. Almeria just scored 5 goals. Are you all right, lads? I mean, you have conceded 76. Real Madrid already over 100 now. Derek and Cora. Right, let's figure this out, because I would like to do exactly what you just said there. That's under 19s. Is that because I only have one tactic set? That might just be because I only have one tactic set. I'm good, Hazard. How's it going, man? Let's move him back. On this one. Keep that on there. Make that the default. Now if I go to the under B team, rather. We definitely were able to do this before, and I can't remember how. Goth as a teenager. Not a goth, but I was a massive emo, for sure. See, for example...
I was an emo.
These emotes. But I swear we already like redelegated this to ourselves. Like, the reason I've got it here is because I delegated it. Like, as in, sorry, because I took control of it. No one to control you. In it.
That's why I'm here.
In it. Team selection, opposition instructions. Oh, wait. Opposition. We can do opposition instructions, but is there a B team tactics one? There's team selection and opposition instructions. But that's not the same thing. That's the, you know, the screen before the match. We definitely did this at some point earlier in this save. In fact, it was while we were at Tenerife. Might be matches? Now, there's a way that you can select which tactic they're using. I'm certain of it.
What's the question of the day?
Touchline shouts, team talks, leads the matches. B Team's Tactics, that's what we were on. This is the B Team's Tactics page. You'll see that it's crossed out. So we're in the dev center, really? What, like in here, you think? No, because it says I'm in control of that. Individual training. We definitely have changed this, because we did it earlier to try and figure out how we did it. Take control of it. I have got control of it. Like, literally, that's why it appears here. That's the thing. Not training the tactic. I mean, that is the tactic. And if I set it as primary, then that means that we have to... There was definitely a way that you could switch it. Because we've done it before. I know this took us fucking ages last time, if I recall, as well. We definitely have control over it, because it wouldn't appear here if we didn't. That's why when I try to click on it in the other thing, it says you already have control of this. Hello, Pog. Okay, Pog. There was definitely an option. I just cannot for the life of me remember where it was. But I thought it would have been a tactic if it was going to be anywhere, right? The problem is I don't want our first team training that tactic, because then... Let's see if that works. Because I'm worried that that will affect the way our first team plays this tactic. Top of the B team training schedule. Oh, you... Fuck yes. You sexy person. Why, by the way, is that where it is? That's a different question entirely, but why on earth is that where it is? That's definitely it. Let me just rename it so we don't get confused. That is the dumbest possible place for something like that, by the way. Let me just, right, let's call it... There we go. Right, so we've got Wacky Wing Backy and Missing Striker Report. So I want that as our primary for the time being. Then we want to switch the B Team training one to... Let's go a day. Let's go a day. We might have dicked with too many... We may have Icarused ourselves slightly. I just want to go a day ahead, so maybe it unlocks something, because I've changed too many things at the same time. Can't you set it to primary and switch to the left for each game? You think I'm going to remember to do that? Come on now. It's one of the things that, yes, technically I could do that. Am I going to remember to do that? Absolutely not. And it would cause us more danger doing that, right? There needs to be a proper solution. Oh, friendly. Oh, yeah, we've got a little gap there. Why is there anything? Oh, this might be because of Copa del Rey stuff, to be fair. Yeah, let me whack a friendly in here. Yeah, the BT manager's just like, I'm not calling it that, you absolute child. You know, like, it was good, but it's always going to look bad compared to last year. By the way, we've won 6 of our last 7 league games. That's why we're so far up the league. 6 out of 7.
Do not
mental.
I am familiar with over 600 dance moves.
Sorry if I said that incorrectly. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Let's try again. I'm wondering if it actually will let us change anything. No, it won't. So this is just the thing that tells you... Why has it even got an option then? No other tactics being... Why are there no other tactics being trained? What? When did we change the tactic? Basically, we wanted to experiment a little bit with... the idea of... let me see if it actually shows it. Let me just change the add formation to this so we can see. Cheers, FM. Okay, that's annoying. It doesn't actually show you because it considers it the same. Oh, no, it doesn't. Wait. Yeah, no, it does. Right. Let me see if I can figure out where we changed it. Was it Almeria? Maybe I have to be in charge of B-team training? That seems weird, but that's probably not a bad idea to have a look at that as well, actually. You can't... That tactic screen is fixed because it's using your tactics, so it wasn't this one. Was it Celta Vigo? No. That's right. I just want to figure out when it was we actually switched to this exact tactical style. Because we were doing quite well before that, too. It wasn't like it was a complete surprise. Ah, so it was this one. It was Osasuna away from home. Was the first game we played with that. And we've won 4 out of 5 since then. Only had that narrow defeat to Sporting Gijón, which we were just kind of bad in, honestly. Right. Let's try Dev Center. But then it just takes you to here anyway. So B team. Match preparation. Nope. It simply will not let us... That's super weird. Dev Center under tactics. Yeah, but remember, we had... So basically, because it's a separate team entirely, and it's not a B... Sorry, it's a B team, but it counts as its own club. If I basically remove control of it so that it goes into the Dev Center, then you lose all control of it. It's... I wonder if it's because it's a B team. As main... Yeah, the reason I'm concerned about doing that is because I don't want to negatively affect the B team. If that makes... Sorry, I don't want to negatively affect the A team by having them train a tactic that they're not playing. Most of the roles are identical, but I just worry about the one thing that matters most about it. Let's have a little look. Try control training. That might be the next thing to try, honestly. So I want to see if we can do this. So now it's still training it. But also, it's worth pointing out... Wait, hang on a minute. Ah! Wait. No, wait, hang on. That is still playing the wrong tactic. I thought for a second it wasn't using the tactics name, but it was actually changing it. But now it's not, is it? No, we're trying the OG tactic. I think they are. It's just that... Yeah. This is what I see. Let's have a little look. Yes, but... I'm pretty certain that you're not managing in the Spanish league, and I suspect that there's different rules to do with the Spanish B teams, and that's what's causing the problem. I think it's because of the way that it considers the B team to be a separate club that I can then... Let's have a look at taking control of their training. See if I can do that. Pretty much like... I simply don't know. As your second one. But that's what we're doing, but it still isn't allowing... It still isn't working. As in, I now have... This one set as on... Like, this one is set as the main tactic, and this is the one we're playing. But I don't think the game matters. I think basically it just takes whatever one you have selected as your current tactic, and that's the one it trains. Let me just try and take control of the training. Forgive me. I just want to... It's annoying when the game buries stuff. Let's see. Leads general training. I mean, maybe that will help. Let's have a look. Because that is B team after all, right? We would want to do that anyway, in fairness. So there's that. Match prep. It's like it's not even recognizing it. Like, it doesn't carry the tactic name, which is weird, but... Second is the main one. Yeah, exactly. That's my point. So I don't know how we're supposed to change that, is my point. The only way we could get it to play that is if we literally had it selected, and I can't remember to do that every time. Switch them around. Yeah, but it's not the first one. It doesn't choose it by number. It chooses by the one that you have selected. So if I have this one selected, that's the one it plays, I think. But I'm not going to remember to do that in between each game. That's the problem. I'm not going to risk the first team for it, basically, is what I mean. Anything that requires me to babysit something between every single match, I'm simply not going to do because I will forget and it will harm the team. And it's not worth it to have the B team playing a different tactic. It's annoying, though. Delegate everything under tactics and training for the B team, then you can change it. Wait. But wasn't that the whole reason we got into this problem in the first place? Is because when we changed it, it then wouldn't let us change it. So I go into here. But notice how you've got an option there that says responsibilities. I don't. That is literally not a thing that I have. Like, I can't physically delegate it from this screen, which indicates to me that there's a different set of mechanics in play. That's from the dev center, is it? Yeah, but if I go to the dev center, I can't even access that menu. As in the dev center for me, that menu doesn't even exist because I'm in control of it. So that's what I mean. Is how are you seeing that when you're in control of it? Either way, let's have one last little look. But after that, I'm going to just move on with it because I can't be asked for this anymore. So what am I delegating? All B team tactics and training. So tactics are already delegated. Training, that's basically what we already had. I'm trying to understand. I never was in control of tactics, and I've only just taken control of training. So I'm not sure what I could really... And I'm not in control of match either. I was already delegating it all. Pretty much. Oh, that's annoying. Hope to see some effort. That's fine. Few gaps and not... we will add to staff, but it's not going to fix this issue. Currently, anyway. I think it's because the B team is a separate team and not just a team with underneath us. So we'll just have to kind of... I think we just have to accept that the B team are just going to play whatever tactic we are currently playing. Did it change down in the dev center? Oh, you're right, it did. And I don't know why, because that's how we had it set to begin with. But now it's opened it up, which is fine. So we want that one. Right? Nope, wrong one. Wait, what? Now I'm even more confused. Let me go a day. So we want it to be set on missing striker report. I've just remembered why we had it set for that. That was because we wanted to be able to control the players that were in the lineup. Back in the day, when we wanted to put all those B team guys in the lineup, that's why we had it set like that. But then we didn't remove the setting when we realized it wasn't going to pay attention anyway. Let's just try and go a day. Make sure that I'm playing the correct tactic here, which is that. On the A team. Let's have a little look. I wonder if it, like with often things in FM, you just have to go a day. Because that seemed to at least give us the option to do that. Forgive my confusion, chat. You can imagine being a new player, by the way. This is the sort of thing that they need to be fixing, because it is impenetrably complicated, even for someone who has 10,000 hours in this game. If in doubt, mash the spacebar, legitimately, yeah. Right, let's have a little look. See if that's made any difference. So we are now set to be playing this tactic as our main tactic, which is wacky wing backy, but missing striker report is the other one. So let's go to the B team now and see they should... Look, it keeps... It just, you can see it changing it back. I'm clicking that and it's just changing it back to what it's already on. Immense. Cheers, FM. That's why it wasn't doing it. Wow. That's actually insane. Could it be the skin? Nah, I think this is, I don't think SAS even affects that part. Sadly. BT manager's just like, no. The fuck you are going to play that tactic? Is it because we're using an extra league? Yeah, that is super strange. So goddamn weird. Let me try and match prep. Oh, we can't even do match preparation anymore. Let me try taking control again, just to see if that's... Wait, it was training, wasn't it? Was it match? I genuinely don't know. It was training, wasn't it? Honestly, I might just leave it as it is. I think I'm sick of playing around with it. Super weird. But yeah, this is what I mean about Spain having no hope in hell of getting that extra European place, because They're 4th on the year. Sorry, they're not 4th on the year. They are getting there, but they've got no hope in hell of catching the other two. Ah, dear. Avoiding this save. Yeah, I don't want to be in England. Although, honestly, I think we can finish this save here. Belgium and Spain, I guess, technically... Oh, no, they absolutely are technically separate. But then it's like, it's weird that they would have them playing the same tactic at all then, and then not give you the option to change it. I think it is just like, the game seems to not know how to handle the separation between the two, and it's both trying to give you control and remove control at the same time. Yeah, there you go. So next time someone says, change your tactics, Matt, I'll just be like, game won't let me. Game says no. No, we'll have to see what tactic they play in the next game. But the thing is, I've set that multiple times and it just keeps selecting it back to wacky wing backy. Basically, the only reason I even wanted to change it, basically, is because the B team don't actually have a player that's comfortable as a wing back in that exact role, and it's going to cost them, as we've seen from the results that they've been getting. Salford is still cooking, actually. They're just on the outskirts of the playoffs in the championship right now. It's fine. It's not the end of the world. I was just worried about, like, basically my idea was we put it back to the other tactic for the B team. That way they could start being good again, because they've literally not won since we switched over it with our A team. We're at Bolton. But I think they're still just League One. They've kind of been very, very average. Which is better than... See, look, we just randomly got absolutely twatted. We didn't have a single shot in this B team game. I mean, if that doesn't tell you that there's a massive issue... Wait. Oh, interesting. Oh, very fucking interesting. You can't see it, can you? Hang on. They were playing the other tactic and just got absolutely shafted. Do you reckon that's because my assistant is now picking the team again? No. Either way, that is embarrassing. Maybe they're just having a shit run. Because the team is the same, or roughly anyway. Then again, they probably had a load of the B team guys playing for the A team in this game, potentially. Because we did just win 15-0. That's less ideal. But it would sort of indicate that perhaps they're just not very good at the moment for whatever reason, even though we haven't taken their players. Most of them are still, like... Some of them will get moved up. We probably do need to stop Sikora playing there. Did Ron Scott... Probably, I mean, if they scored 15 goals, the likelihood of Ron getting one of them is fairly strong. But yeah, I should move Sikora up to the first team permanently now. Hopefully he won't kick off about wanting a new contract. Then again, if we could just survive a tiny bit longer, maybe till the summer, I might be able to extend his deal with the contract clause and then offer him an extension clause on top of that. Sorry, not an extension clause, like an extended contract on top of it that would allow us to get him tied down, because he really does need, I think, a bigger release clause than that. Which is incredible. The fact that we're even considering the fact that he might need a bigger release clause when he's literally 16 years old. What if he got any games for the Spain under-19s? Did you scouting lately? I think we checked it right towards the end of last stream, to be fair, because we were still doing all the South American scouting, but we can have another dump in there. At this stage, it is just a case of, like, we're finally getting through the team reports. We still haven't done one full cycle of team reports yet, which is kind of sick, because it shows you how many, like, fresh players we're going to get. Right, let me just have a little gander in there. There's bound to be some worth a look in the latest sort of group. Oh, wow, there really isn't. Holy shit, that's actually really bad. There's just these two dudes. One of whom looks very good, but he's probably wanted by everyone and their mum. But he does have Italy second nationality, which is potentially interesting. There's also Juan Montes de Oca. Okay, let's have a look at Lionel D'Amico. Okay. Okay, Lionel, I see you. I mean, an Argentinian dude called Lionel is certainly a good sign. He's interesting. Work rate's good. Vision is immense. Passing is solid. He's kind of both. He's a very good utility man. He's EU, exactly. Wanted by Porto, obviously. He's 100% getting scouted more. He's the kind of guy that, if the money's right and we get the right setup financially in the summer, I'd like to bring in. Even though he's 21, he's good now. Okay. I like him. I want to see more of his attributes, and so we can get an idea of, like, some of his pros and cons as well, because I think that's really important to know that kind of stuff, because if he is 21 and he's still got, like, shitty consistency, that might be a bit of a concern at that point. I think we're into that part of South America where the players are either going to be immense or kind of useless. So we're into like the Bolivia, Ecuador, Venezuela part of South America now for our scouting, which means, if anything, we're actually likely to find some goats potentially. This is where I find the best bargains come from of the South American set. Like, you're going to get the incredible Brazilian and Argentinian players, obviously, but they're not a surprise when you find them, and usually you have to pay for the quality. Whereas you can sometimes get like what Danny Canal could have been potentially. Andorra are still in the playoff spots in the second tier. Unlike Real Betis, who not only weren't in the playoff spots, they'd also played more games than everyone else underneath them, behind them, which is mental. So they're in real trouble. Oh, I missed the lookup. My apologies. But yeah, Andorra, they're one place back. They were third when I had a little look before stream. That might have changed since now. Crystal Palace, I think they've... At one point, they nearly got relegated to the third tier, which was less than ideal for them. Currently, they're doing much better under Miguel Angel Angulo. Captain is actually... Ooh, Gavin McMullen. I do like Palace's kits. So yeah, they're fifth in the championship right now. Sat in the playoff spots. Pompey have won the league. Portsmouth officially promoted back to the Premier League for the first time in this save. Norwich City look pretty likely to go with them at this rate. There's no one else that's super interesting that's looking like they're going to come back up, unfortunately. Salford have fallen off massively now. In fact, thank God, they were like crazy close 2 games ago. Miguel, thank you for the follow. So play up Pompey and all that. Cardiff not having the best time. Down at the bottom there with 8 points and their massive points deduction, which would have still left them bottom, even without the points deduction. Luton survive with a points deduction. God, Luton would have been right up here if they hadn't had that. And also, shout out to Bristol Rovers, who are finally going to survive in the Championship for once. They always seem to go up and down, up and down, up and down. Coventry City flying back up to League One. Bournemouth missing out on automatic, which means they may not actually come up here. Mad. Welling probably going down too. And sad times for Huddersfield Town fans as they are relegated from the Football League. And lastly, sad times for Wycombe Wanderers, who not only now are relegated to the 6th tier, they have finished bottom of the National League. Bottom. They were in the playoff spots after 10 games. That's insane. They finished 22 points from safety. Did they even win a game after that Aldershot match? Or was it Altrincham? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Hot, sweet, buttery Jesus. What happened there is the arse fell out of them. Look at their start to the season. And then from Maidenhead onwards, 1 game. They have won 1 game since October. How many games is that? 6, 11, 16, 21 games. 28 games? 31. They've won 1 game in 31. That'll do it. They've won 1 of their last 31 league matches and taken a grand total of 6 points from 31 games. How does the arse fall out of you that badly? 6 points out of a possible 93. Why is it all 2-1s? Yeah, they have basically lost almost every single game by like a single goal, with the occasional one in there. They've still managed a minus 36 goal difference. And they have conceded 74 goals. How many managers did they sack? All of the... They've been through, insanely, 1 manager, and he lasted until March. How did they give him that much time? To be fair, we actually had that exact same thing, Matty. Birmingham in this save also set the record low Premier League points, so it was 8 points, I think, so 2 is mental. That's just... I don't even know why they suddenly became so bad. The funniest thing about it as well is if you look at the past positions graph, right? Wycombe were in 8th place after 15 matches. That is exactly 15 games in. So, in the 31 games since then, the best part is they didn't even hit rock bottom until match day 43. To be in 8th place and then to finish bottom of the league and relegated by 22 points is actually quite impressive. It's awful, but it's impressive. Only crazy. I think we looked and there was nothing like out of the ordinary, which makes it even stranger that they just became so bad. Barwell will actually come up and do something. I can feel it. Even if their best player got injured, right? You'd think that their best player could not possibly Roy save them. Probably would have done, honestly, just because I bet you their stats aren't that bad. Or they just got unbelievably lucky to be in that 8th place in the first place. It could have been that they just overperformed to an absolutely ludicrous extent. Are we not going to be able to see, are we? Because of the stupid... Oh, no, we can. Sorry, FM's really bad. So you can't see the XG table after the playoffs start. You can if you go into here, but it's like, why? Oh, no, hang on, is it? Yeah, it is in here, isn't it? So they were the worst underperformers as far as expected goals by 11. But that's like... Can you even see expected points on this one? I don't think you can you? I think it's on... This one. Here we go. No, they were lowest on expected points. 51. Which is still much more points than they got. 7th is... Yeah, 7th is Europe. Wait, what? No, I'm pretty certain 7th is still Europe. Because Valencia just won the Copa del Rey, but they're already in Europe currently. So I think the only reason that it wouldn't be is if Valencia slipped down further, like beneath us and Sevilla. So as long as we come 7th, I think we'll still get Europe. I'm trying to think if there's any scenario where that wouldn't happen. It's just the game doesn't know that, so it temporarily like removes the place. I know it's after we removed. No, come on, buddy. We were going to sign you back for peanuts. Extra coefficient places. We're not getting any extra coefficient places. But I suppose in the sense that it could technically happen still. As in it's not... I think it might actually be impossible, but the game doesn't technically count it as impossible until it like the final game of the season, I don't think. Nah, Spain aren't losing a spot. They are 4th, though. They're not having the best time of things. Yeah, FM does need to be simplified. I know that they're going to obviously simplify some stuff because of the console parity kind of thing, but I'm worried that they'll simplify the wrong things. That's the issue. Sleeves coming back. Wait, were sleeves not present before? Oh, I see. Oh, no, I like a good long sleeve shirt. I mean, actually, do I? As far as football shirts, I would never buy a long sleeve one because I like short sleeves one, but nevertheless, I hope Josh King starts too. He earned the start after that performance off the bench against Brentford, and we just got to start playing him now. Better than ESR at this point. Right, let's go. Oh, I need to extend Isaac Earl's trial too. Let me just quickly do that now before I forget. Has that gone up? No, it can't have done. That definitely was always 67, wasn't it? Sorry, 66. Isaac is wanted by Topos again, but they won't sign him. Yeah, we just need to give him a new contract. I cannot bear the thought of that happening yet again. Right, so that's those guys gone. Nobody crazy expensive in this one, or is there? They're not cheap, but they're also not crazy expensive either. But hang on, the worst players in this report are... Jesus. Okay. I do like that name, Jabulani Zulu. Oh, there's Jambor. We still don't know. I don't think he's going to be, like, immense. But I think there's still probably money to be made off of him. I'm a little disappointed. What about you? He looks better than these suggest. I definitely want more information on Kenneth Ogbonna. And he's called Ogbonna. Which is just a solid name. I'm going to keep him going around again, because I do think... Oh, shit, wrong button. Swedish guy, as far as I know, isn't interested. We'll have another look again, but he wasn't last time. And I think it's unlikely we get him just because of all the clubs that want him at this stage. Oh my god, FM. Let me acknowledge, damn it. The game caps is certainly a good sign. Let me just send around again anyone who we don't know about, ideally. Whoa, who are you? I want to scout him a bit further, but still, he feels like an absolute no-brainer pickup just because he's so cheap. We've got a lot of American and Mexican players. Oh, for God's sake, FM! Fucking hell. Learn how to... It's so irritating that it just constantly does this. Right. Click. There we go. One more dude. Pachuca dude. Actually, like, how good is Dominguez likely to be? Actually, probably worth a look. 2 weeks in the summer. I don't know. Basically, I find if I don't trial them, they just retire, and I can't afford. Basically, the more times I have to trial them, as in if I trial them for a short period of time, that means I have to trial them more times, and I will forget once, and then they just retire. Like the less clicking I have to do and remembering of that is the reason that they won't retire. Basically, it's one of those things we have to sort of balance both sides of things. Georgi Ivanov was that guy we signed, right, for 3.2 million. I think he's okay. Don't need to know more about him, though, because we've kind of already got all we need to know about him. Right, what about you? Ian Almada, Estudiantes, 20 years old. He's quite nice, actually. 20, though. Driven. Solid across the board. Wide centre-back, which is fun. 14 jumping reach. I just wish he wasn't 20, but he's nice. Comes up with the long shot. I don't think it's the length of the... I mean, maybe, but even if it is... If I don't do it, I will forget, and then they'll just retire. That's the downside to it. Ernesto Blanco. Eyes for the B team. Maybe. Thing is, there'll be a load more this summer, so maybe it would be wise if I did that, honestly. 16. I mean, so many things could happen with it. Ernesto. Jaime Ramirez. Wow, he has really nice mentals. 19 years old. Technicals are a little bit sus. Hello, Pog.
Hello.
How's your injury? The foot one's... It still feels a bit iffy, but I wanted to stand up today because I just can't be arsed with sitting down on stream. It just doesn't feel right for me. I like to be able to move around a little bit. He's all right. Oh, Richard Deji. Oh.
Bring on the
Yes, gone all right. How are you, my love?
Yeah.
Robert... Hang on. Robbers Resec. Thank you very much for the follow.
I vacuumed the sofa.
Oh, you vacuumed the sofa? That must have been a nasty one. All the bits of muffin.
Rank.
Yeah.
There was a bit of pasta underneath.
Pasta? Was it on your side? Yeah, no, exactly. Hoisted by her own petard. Or in this case, Tagliatelle. Rodrigo Schwaj. They like her shirt, Pog.
No.
She's a
that
teenage...
way.
No, you gotta... She's got that Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle vibe going on.
It's really big now.
Tell me, Pog, are you a hero and a half show?
Telepower.
Thought so. Yeah, we've got some solid BWM situation next year, which is good, because we did kind of need that. I'd forgotten about Yildirim. Tell you what, if he has even the slightest bit of potential, it's rare that we get to sign the Turkish players, because they're usually so expensive. I'm not really a big Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles fan. I know next to nothing about them. That's hilarious that they're trying to get rid of Winter now. Leicester, Mainz, PSV, and Fiorentina. It might still be worth keeping him in the background. However, I just think his technicals are not going to be enough. Hero Turtles. I don't think so. Croatian Brazilian guy. Oh, yes, of course, Flavio as well. Acevedo. These guys look like they're just those mid-Argentinian guys that might be okay, but don't have the ceiling. Castellano. You get a lot of these guys. Felix Mueller. He's got weird-ass attributes, but he's 20. I'm just not convinced by him. This guy we want to keep an eye on for a little bit, but I'm not convinced he's really developing. He's only 16, I suppose. Yeah, that's the thing, Thomas. They're not worth the non-EU spots. Who's you wanted by now? Inter and Espanyol. Okay, that's intriguing. I'm still not seeing what they're seeing. Castellano. He's simply not quick enough. Like, that's the thing. He's 21. He's not quick enough. He is 6'6", but he just doesn't suit our style of play in any way. And also, from a mental standpoint, he's actually quite poor for 21. But Swede guy, I very much doubt is ever going to talk to us. Is that the wrong one? No, this is the right one. Still wanted by... I mean, that should tell you everything. We'll keep going, but I think it's unlikely. I think the only way we might be able to sneak in is if we get into Europe and there's that little gap where we're considered a European side before the transfer window opens. That might be the only time we could sneak in and get in before the other teams. I don't see how else we're going to have any kind of options. Euros qualifiers. Celta Vigo with a big win over Real Sociedad. We're still only 1 point clear of Sevilla, though. That's the annoying thing. They are just matching us every stride. What have they got left? Almeria away, Villarreal at home. Tell you what, their finish is actually quite tough. Like, realistically, chat, how many points is Sevilla taking? They'll win away at Almeria. That's 3. Villarreal at home, they might draw that. Athletic Club away. I reckon they might draw that too, actually. But I think they lose both of these, randomly. I think 7 is probably the most points they could get from that set of matches. Maybe even 6. Now, obviously, it could go either way, right? But they've already proven that they could lose to some teams like Osasuna and Levante. But they've also pulled up results against, like, Girona, who are actually quite decent. So it's kind of both ways. Point being, we're ahead of Sevilla by a point. So we don't need to outmatch their points tally over the last few matches. And, whoa, okay. Because our last games, Levante at home, Real Madrid away, Espanyol at home, Girona away. I think if we could win our 3 home games, that would get us 9 points. And I think that might, because that would give us a 10-point swing, that might be enough, because I think we have the head-to-head over Sevilla as well. Because we beat them 4-2. Ah, no, we lost 4-1 earlier this season. So we don't have the head-to-head on them. So we do need to be... That point gap is very, very important. I still think it's possible. I think that win against Real Sociedad has propelled us to the point where we actually could get Europe. Right, Euros qualifiers. Like Real Madrid, obviously, we know that's an absolute shitter. But that's exciting. Is it the Euros this summer game? It's an even year, I suppose. So, what we got? Austria, Northern Ireland, Romania, Scotland. Standard. Although Scotland and Northern Ireland are in the same group, I kind of like that, because that means there's one of them is probably likely to get out of that group. France, Greece, Serbia, and Wales is a crazy tough group. Croatia, England, Norway, and Sweden in the same group. Turkey, Germany, Denmark, and Bosnia. Moldova? Moldova are in the Euros. How the fuck have they done that? They're appalling. The Casas X, thank you very much for the follow. Okay, we got to follow that story. How on earth have Moldova qualified for the Euros? Because it's being held in Scotland and Wales. That could be a weird event, particularly if they do well. Iceland, Italy, Netherlands, and Portugal. Yeah, but Iceland, I feel like, do occasionally do it. I've never seen Moldova qualify for a major tournament. Yeah, no Poland, actually. I feel like I'm missing another Scandi side here. Oh, Denmark are there, yeah. Okay, so how the hell did Moldova manage this? Did they just get a crazy easy group or something? Oh my god, Hungary and Ireland. They had Hungary and Ireland in their group, and they finished above Hungary and Ireland. With a negative goal difference, they've managed to come second behind Germany. That's incredible. Who did they beat then? They literally beat Hungary home and away, beat Ireland at home, and they didn't even beat Latvia away from home. Presumably got a draw there. Yes. Then they lost to Germany home and away, 6-0 in one game, and lost 4-0 to Ireland. Their star players... I mean, let's just look at World Rep. That'll help. So Victor Okishaw is their star player who plays for Fiorentina. They do have Alan Adeliano, but he's only got 1 cap for them. This is not exactly a star-studded team. Most of the players play for Zimbru Chisinau. Like, there's a good clump of guys that just play for Chisinau. There's only 3 dudes from Sheriff Tiraspol. Are we scouting Chisinau? No, okay, we are now. Because it's weird that, like, half the Moldovan national team are currently playing for them. Love that for you. I've never seen that before. I don't think I've ever seen Moldova qualify for a major tournament in FM before, let alone in a group that has Hungary and Ireland in it. Particularly as, in FM, generally speaking, Ireland and Hungary do actually produce some really solid players. Because Ireland get the benefit of all the players that come through at, like, Man United and Liverpool. You always get incredible Irish regens from those 2 clubs, I find. For obvious reasons, right? From a geographical standpoint. Yeah, it's weird that... Like, I always look at Sheriff Tiraspol, generally speaking, when I'm looking at Moldova. Well, it's Jose, right? I love that he's got that solid right foot, solid left foot too. I think we commit to the Mbala experiment at right side as well, because that match sharpness, I think, is going to help him. Just getting him some game time as well. Also, someone asked about Raul's numbers this season. So far, obviously for the B team, he's got 7 goals and 2 assists. For the A team, he's got 5 goals in La Liga. And 1 in the Cup. So 6 goals he's scored for the A team this year. He's ready for next year. He's 100% getting called. Look at the state of him. Not to mention, right, we have a couple of other dudes out on loan who I believe could also make an impact next season. I'm trying to think who it was. There's Pueo and Bilbao and Carvalho. Like, look at the state of Puello as well. He's not got the physicals yet, but I think he is a mentality and technical monster. Maybe as more of a CM type of option, potentially. But he is ridiculous as well. We've also got Gorka Bilbao, who's actually got a bit of speed. He's not developing amazingly, though. Yeah, we'll let to Flavio as well. We've also got Sola. I mean, I tell you what. Once he comes back from his loan, get him training as a number 10. He's a bit filthy as well. Then there's also... Christ, who else we got? This guy here, underrated baller. Solid attributes too. Again, lacking physicals, but hopefully that will come with time. And obviously, we've also got Flavio Almeida, who I'm telling you, I think could long-term be the Steinmetz successor, potentially. Who would you pick? David De Gea or Nana? Hang on, wait. I'm not sure. I'm not sure I really understand the question, if I'm honest. Are we talking about in FM? Like, what season? I'm genuinely not sure I understand the question. Because honestly, my true answer would be neither, and I'd pick a regen who's like 17 years old from like Ecuador. Because that's just how I like playing FM. I think Nilla's fallen off just on account of the fact that he is being compared to such insanely good players. I think we're missing some players from this team, are we not? Yeah, Herholt and Grove Everson are both out. But that's okay. Means we can dip into the benchy bench. We'll go for a bit of Bilal. And a little bit of... who do we want? I guess Mohamed Traore. He's done some good stuff for the B team this year. Right. God, look at Marquez's morale is unbelievable. I like that view. It's mental that we don't have anyone with double digits this season. That's... For a team that is playing as well as it is, it does concern me slightly. Youth intake guy. Nelson Santos. He's actually in the B team. I put him in the B team because my theory is that when Raul gets moved up to the first team officially next season, I want to let him finish his season in the B team for us. That's when Nelson Santos will be able to step in. However, with the amount of players that we've got coming through and coming back from those loans next year, I wonder if there is going to be any space. How do you find Raul? Yes, this is an interesting one. Raul, and basically any of those young Spanish players you just saw that weren't guys that came directly through our youth intake, we found them because when we switched on the Spanish fourth tier, which we only did because our B team was in it, we wanted them to be in a playable league. When you have add players to playable teams switched on in the game, it has to generate players for squads a lot of the time when those squads are put into action. And so because there's so many teams at B team level, it had to generate a load of young players for their squads. As a result of Spain's insane youth rating, statistically, they were likely to generate some absolute monsters down there. So when we realised that this was what was happening, as a couple of them came through our scout reports, we decided to solely scout the 4th division sides in Spain for players who were under the age of 17 and then sorted it by the number of matches they were playing, scouted a load of those guys, and we were just obsessed with the number of 5-star PA guys we got, and we just hoovered up anybody who had any kind of potential. And I would say a good 7 or 8 of them have still got 5-star PA, and some of them are developing into guys that legitimately are threatening the first team. We almost built a spine of the future side solely out of players from that one report. Oh, good save, Socorro. Oh, it's gone over the bar. Play Pineda. I mean, the problem is Pineda now no longer wants to leave, which is a bit shameful. Of course, Levante have Joe Burshik in goal. But yeah, we've got to win our 3 home games. That's the crucial thing. If we want 7th spot, and we want to make sure that we're the ones in charge of doing this, then we've got to win the home games. Albert. Now that Albert Barla's got... Oh, that's a great pass, actually. Oh, square it. Come on, Alexander. Oh, he's gone back to him. That's fine. Karabchea could win that. Steiny doing bits again. Oh, what a pass. What a pass. Feta! No! Other academy, they do. I think I'd feel worse about it if it wasn't for the fact that our academy as well has also produced the players that it has in the last couple of seasons. Like, here's one of them, Jose Martinez, 17 years old, playing in the first team. Our goalkeeper, 16 years old, playing in the first team. These guys have come through and through at Tenerife. What a ball! And Albert Bala scores his first goal in La Liga. This is going to be the first of many. I could feel it. What a moment for the young man. He's been brilliant for the B team this season down in the 4th tier. We've finally given him a run of games. Couldn't you get an affiliate? Weirdly, our board won't actually let us get an affiliate as it happens. However, you're right. You think he is 16. I keep forgetting he feels older because he's a centre-back and he's tall. Do you know what I mean? Like, their height makes them seem older. We actually can't get an affiliate. But even if we did, there wouldn't really be any point to it. Because we already have a B team playing in the 4th division as it is, so the benefits of having an affiliate down there would kind of be non-existent. Because if our players are going to play in that division, I'd rather them just play in our system itself, so it's easier for us to move them between those clubs. Just have a pop. Round the side. Lovely old job. Oh, tremendous. We deserve that. Go on, Mbala. Second assist of the night. Whack this on Vanderlei's head. You know you want to, chap. Ooh, go on, Juicy. Ping it. Oh, the patience. Love to see it. Oh, hang on. Go on, bend one, Albert. Oh, he's getting a bit of confidence in himself now. We like that. Yeah, having these B teams is so much more, I think, useful. Affiliates would be good for us, but not until we can start getting ones in abroad. In abroad, you know what I mean? Just in the river. Portea again. How's his performance gone? 6.7, nothing too bad. Karapchea, watch, I got another assist now. Out of his feet. He's got support from Mbala. To Steiny. Oh, look at the build-up. Oh, my goodness. Oh! Karapchea with another assist. Amazing. Told him to do two things, and he did it perfectly. By not listening to me, he executed my plan to perfection. That's a great touch from Dosso, actually. You can get incredibly good players in Brazil for really cheap. Because what you can do is you basically buy the £0 guys. So there's a lot of guys, we used to do, I can't remember what we called it. The free Brazilian freebie method, I guess. It was really useful in the early stages of, not so much this save, just because we were never in the right position to make that happen. Go on, big header. Yes, lads. Obviously, we don't want to screw this up. Okay, cool. Goalkeeper didn't get the memo. This is the inevitable side effect of playing a 16-year-old goalkeeper. He's going to make mistakes like this, but we have to accept that as part of his development. Because we're still in a pretty low-pressure environment. But you've got to be doing better with those sort of moments. Is he unsighted by Vanderlei? Maybe. Should Vanderlei clear that? Definitely. Almost like Mbappe, almost like a young Kane. Current potential ability the same. Mbappe. Because of the FM match engine. A Kane-like player is not going to flourish in the FM match engine the same way an Mbappe player is. It's essentially the archetype I'm looking for right now, is that type of blisteringly fast striker that I can replay as a number 10, obviously. But that's the archetype that the match engine likes. So, unfortunately, a Harry Kane type of player is simply not going to flourish in the same way that they perhaps could in real life. Because the game just prioritizes different things. Third Division France, I find them all over the world, really. Weirdly, I've not really found much quality there. Unless you get like a team like Sochaux down there. Which sometimes does happen. Right, come on, third goal. Let's get this back to where it should be. I have a worrying feeling that this game might end up finishing 2-2 unless we make a swift little switch and get Chilavert on. Levante look worryingly dangerous for a team that are absolute bobbins. And Dosso's now hurt himself too, which, do you know what? It just means it's time for Raul. Chilavert. Karapchea has been good. It's the same tactics. I don't know about that. Maybe. Marquez has been good as well. Nobody's playing badly. And Cole Pineda can't play that role yet. And Mbala's done well, but I might... yeah, let's just do that. I do like Nikolic off the bench because tired legs, or tireder legs anyway. I don't want to overdo it on subs until we get a bit more information, but I think that Mbala still needs to be weaned into the game a little bit. With Opry, I think it's a case of either retraining him to just play a little bit further up. Because remember, it's still technically the same role, it's just more advanced. I think this is just going to sail over the bar. Oh, okay. We've earned at least a set piece out of it. Sometimes you just need a situation of... like... Sometimes you got to like get through games like this. We're not always going to be able to blast through teams. Even though we perhaps in times have deserved to. It's okay to just have a game where we narrowly win it. Let's see. We don't really have an option for Portea currently. Well, there's Ashenpog, I suppose. But he is at least playing okay, and I would like to see him the full 90 at this case. This could be a... oh, we can't have Herholtz either, can we? That's unfortunate. Karapchea is a little tired, and I wouldn't mind a bit of cold Pineda. And that leaves us one more spot, which I might just leave in case we do get an injury, because you never know. Change your tactic. Interesting. Have I considered selling the goalkeeper, perhaps? I'm actually tempted to do game management here against Levante, which is concerning. I don't normally do this, but I'm just a little concerned about the way... oh, great. Cole's hurt himself. Particularly if they've now gone 4-4-2, we may have to actually make another change. Thank God I saved that last sub. They're not going to know who's playing right back for us at this rate. Just see that over the line there. That's true. You're right. Their shot was literally a tap-in on the line pretty much, wasn't it? So Sakura can't really be blamed for that. But I'm a little bit concerned that we've got a highlight in the 95th minute now. That is a little bit of a worry. In case they are the one... Oh, come on. That's it. Nice play. Oh, hang on. We could second phase them here. You know, if that's the highlight, that's the highlight. See out the final 30 seconds. There is actually a Scotsman that plays for Real Madrid in this save. And he actually came through at Real Madrid. His name's like Oscar Santiago, but he is Scottish. Which I just love. 1-0 win. You're right. Their XG literally was almost their entire... They went from... Oh, God. Here's an idea, FM. Colour backgrounds. Jesus. Either way, we got the result. That was what was needed. Not to mention Scott McTominay still plays and is currently an RB team at 39 years old. He refuses to give it up. He's going to play forever. He said he's not actually because he's retiring this summer, but I think he said that before. Okay, the result is over the line. That's what matters. It's one of those 3 wins that we needed out the way. Now it's Sevilla's job to try and stay with us because that pushes the gap back to 4 points again. Goal difference is solid. I mean, we're not really catching Valencia. Well, we kind of are, actually. 58 points. It's only our second season in the top flight. Vintage display. Colpinedo with a minor injury. That's fine. Chilavez close to triggering a claw. That's only a minor one. Yes. No, he basically complained about... he wanted to go out on loan, but I couldn't loan him out because he'd already set a retirement date. Which is great. He does have that. Bear in mind, Scott McTominay, I think, still has 13 pace at 39 years old. And obviously that's been dropping dramatically over the last, season and a half. But the fact that he's even got those levels of physical still is incredible and is the reason why he's still playing. Because his natural fitness, obviously, is absurd. 6-2. Real Madrid are actually going to bottle this league, aren't they? They lose El Clasico with a 91st minute winner from Oscar Gluck. Who's... Oh, that's the Guadalupe dude. Yeah, they've scored over 100 goals and are not going to... They're going to find a way to screw this league up. Atletico aren't even technically out of this battle yet either. We've only conceded 39 goals this season, and Sevilla have scored most of them, as it happens. Right. Okay, good. That's solid. Now it's Real Madrid in a week, and who cares? 7th is Conference, yeah. Unless some insane scenario happens, 7th place will be Conference League, which would be very, very good for us. It would be ahead of schedule. The plan this year, genuinely, the board's expectation was avoid relegation. And my plan was we'll be lower mid-table, just kind of chilling around this sort of point. Although, actually, I was hoping we'd be more there seems to be a weird points distribution right now, because even these teams are only just a bit above a point a game. Youth Improvement. No, I think he deserves a chance, honestly. Been your press president, chairman. Honestly, we've not had many good ones. Most of the chairman and presidents we've dealt with in this game have been pretty awful in the sense that they haven't given us anything. Don't make the final. No, I think it's unlikely. Because if you look at the Conference League, even now... I'll tell you what, I'm glad I didn't commit to that theory we were talking about last stream about how if a team we used to manage gets to a final... Because the Showings are having a lovely old time in the Conference League right now. There are teams that are better at us in the Conference League. This is a bit of a weird off-season because so many of the big sides got knocked out in the playoff round because they all played each other, which is tremendous. We're definitely going to be losing someone here, I suspect, though. In fact, we're guaranteed to because there's no way... Oh, hang on. Are Hajduk Split manageable? I've forgotten. The Showings obviously aren't anymore. But Europa League is much more boring. It's just like a Champions League-ish looking... Well, not like a Champions League semi-final, like a Champions League round of 16 set of ties. Yeah, let's have a little look. Let's check the spreadsheet. Wow, okay, Croatia have none. For some reason, I feel like Dinamo Zagreb would have been in there for some reason. They feel like, they're a massive side. Do you think they would have done? Red Bull Salzburg have not been... No, they actually aren't on the list yet. Favorite cheap player? I don't really know, because I mostly sign regen, so they're never the same in any save. Regan Booty. It's... Should I have Betis? What? Did Betis get to a final? I don't think they did. IRL. Yeah, but we can't use that because it'll mess up all the numbers. You're right, I did do Dynamo of these rules before. On literally the last one of these that I did on YouTube. I mean, frankly, I'm not going to manage Betis anyway, so they are sort of ersatz off the list, but it would just mess up the timescales if I had another one on there. But we could just assume that they're unmanageable anyway. Real life Conference League. I mean, Chelsea. Like, it doesn't take much to say that because they are just... they just have so much compared to Betis that even though Betis are a good side, they're just not going to be able to... Unless they get tactically perfect on the night and Chelsea just struggle a little bit, which they can do sometimes, right? But I think they're just way too good for them, basically. They shouldn't really be in that league in the first place. Anything except winning it for Chelsea is an absolute disaster, basically. And I think they will. When is the final for that? Is it next Wednesday? I always lose track of things like, hey, there you go. 4-1 dub for the Buys. Did they play the right tactic this time? They did. Okay, so at least it's whatever we did has actually worked. It just doesn't look like it has. Mbala, Traore, Angel, and Raul doing bits. But that's a good sign. We needed that. Win all 3 Europa Cups. That would make sense. Yeah, I've always found it strange that it is before then. I wonder if it's just because of where they had the finals spaced out prior to the existence of the Conference League. Right. Did I just see a random English side with... Oh, hey, Spurs have already qualified for the Conference League, which means they must have won the Carabao Cup. Spurs doing bits yet again. Also, the fact that Newcastle are top of the Premier League right now, having lost 10 games. Look how tight the Premier League is. There's 4 points separate the top 6 in the Prem. That's going to be a banger of a final day coming up. City down in 8th there, just chilling. That's wild. Watch Liverpool still win it. It just feels like that's what's going to happen. Every time the Premier League looks like it's about to get an interesting winner, Liverpool or Arsenal are just like, no, I will not allow it. West Ham relegated as well. Jesus, yeah. Nicholas showing pleasing progress. Ooh. Okay. Go off, sis. I do like him off that right-hand side. Like, he has actually played really tastily. I mean, has he? When did he play as a striker? I guess that must have been for his country. Women's Champions. Who's in the Women's Champions League? As in the final, not just in it. Okay. Here we go. Almeria. Come on. You have always been my favourite Maria. After Ave Maria. Go on. Oh my arse. Cool. That's a result. Almeria 5, Sevilla 6. Arsenal Barca. Okay, fair enough. Well, that's a result. 2 different Sevilla players got hat-tricks in that game. Almeria are not beating the allegations of dreadful defending, are they? They've already conceded 17 goals to Real Madrid this season in 2 matches. There was a 6-6 in the Cup, which then got... The overall aggregate scoreline in that Cup match was 8-10. No, 10-8. Almeria played better. I bet you they didn't. I bet you they were very lucky to be in this game at all. They had like 1.6 XG or something. And... Oh, I take it back. Sevilla got very fucking lucky. Jesus Christ. 2 different players for Sevilla got hat-tricks in this game. Roldan didn't even finish the match. It was like... immense. Oh... Okay, that's difficult for us. How many goals have they conceded now? 82 goals. They're definitely going to hit 90 goals. The fact that they've conceded 17 goals to Real Madrid in 1 season, in 2 matches, is insane. They had to fight for the ball afterwards. 105 goals for Real Madrid now. They've got to hit 110, surely. Right, that doesn't make... To be fair, we expected Sevilla to win that game. That isn't a huge surprise. It's the fact that they maybe shouldn't have done. Oh... 100 conceded. I think 100 conceded would be a bit extreme because they'd have to concede 18 in their next 4, so an average of 4.5 a game, which admittedly, if they carry on playing like that, they may well do. But I reckon they get to about 92 probably. It depends on what their run-in's like. I don't think we have to play them again yet. I feel like this report comes in like almost every single week now on how well he's playing. Oh, that was him complaining. Either way, 8 assists. He's basically averaging an assist every other game now. That's wild. Is he our top assister now? Yes. And he's only played 1,000 minutes. Immense. Assists per 90, outside of the guys that don't matter. 0.34. And Barla's not bad, but that probably taking into account some of his B team games. Nikolic okay as well. Tell you what, a Karapche and Nikolic partnership down that right-hand side could be quite fruitful. Do you know what? Kwon Min Ho is not far behind Marquez. I think the issue is that I think the thing is he's got such good technical ability in terms of his crossing and passing and technique that it's making up for the other flaws in his ability. Because notice how a lot of the goals that he's assisting are not like random athletic performances. They're him getting to the wing and just delivering inch-perfect crosses to like Marquez. Or little balls in behind that are being swept home. He's the player we needed, apparently. And if he does get any quicker, and we start to see an improvement in some of those other technical ability, we could start to have a genuine wonder kid on our hands here. Because the things that I like about him, he's already kind of got. Yeah, that's the thing. He's like, what, 5'11" or something? He's got reasonable height about him too. So that stops the issue we were having with Bilal. And it kind of allows us to do it to other teams. Both 16. It depends on what position. And also, mentality, depends on what the mentality is. Like, which mentals. Manager of the month. I think it's the first time we've won one of those in Spain, anyway. Young player of the month for Georgi Ivanov. He's going to be worth the money, I think. Real Madrid's top scorer? I don't know, actually. It's weird that they're not, like... It's Jude Bellingham. With 21. It's 32-year-old Jude Bellingham is their top scorer with 20... Wow. 21 goals and 14 assists. Yeah, he's done all right. Yeah, Mafia is... He's the only reason that that Osasuna aren't getting relegated is Jose Anderson Mafia. Because he's got 30 goals this season in 32 games. Values of our players. Have they gone up again or have they dropped? Some of these do seem to have climbed a little bit, don't they? Hard to say. I think some of them that have been playing regularly recently have definitely improved a little bit. Bilal being worth the most is actually a little bit surprising, which is why I think if we can cash in on him this summer, it might be the right time to do it, because his value is only going to go down from here. Particularly if he ain't playing for us, right? They seem to be getting more expensive. The issue we've got is that the release clauses are always going to be an issue there. But I think now we've got to assume that I've just got to start putting 100 ones. He's at Norwich. Just been promoted with them as well. Mostly a bit part player. Wanted by Torino. 10 to 15 million. That was, I think, the goalie. Honestly. Yeah, he's sort of like a bit part player for Norwich in the Championship. In fact, he's honestly just kind of... He hasn't really played regularly for a club since the season before last for Norwich. Like, only one start in the Premier League that year. Only 6 starts in the Championship this year. Yeah, buying him off of West Ham is crazy. West Ham paid 27 million for him and then barely played him. It's very West Ham, isn't it? Put the max and then lock it. I mean, you can, but then you'll have to pay insane wages on the player, which would break our entire wage structure, which I'm not really in the mood to do, because then that would just ruin the entire wage structure of the team. Like, where our wage spending actually sits now as far as the league. In the summer, well, there's only so much we can do with it, because a lot of the players that have got those release clauses, we need to have... we need to wait a little bit longer on some of them so that they can get their clauses triggered, because I don't want to offer them a new contract without being able to trigger their 3-year extension clause first, because then that would allow us to put an 8-year clause on it again and then tie them down to like £150 million release clause potentially, because they may just agree to it at that point anyway. What am I looking for? Oh, wage spending. So we're the 13th best wage spenders in the league. But more importantly, we're good financially, which is a rarity in this league. Other than Real Madrid and Barcelona, you've got Valencia, who are secure, and us. Oh, and Espanyol. Oh, and also Racing Santander are rich. Do they have a tycoon? No, they don't. They just well managed. Maybe they sold someone for loads of money, potentially. Shout out to them. But yeah, that whole batch of guys... Income's all right, because we get the big... One, we're generally speaking quite good at just always covering off our buys with sells. So really not spending until we buy... Sorry. What? Really not spending anything until we've sold some players to kind of boost that value to begin with, which always leaves us with a good amount of budget available. That, and obviously because it's La Liga, we get a nice television money bump around about here and here. So we should be due around about 40 million in the summer anyway. So we're down to 11 million in the bank. We're doing fine on FFP. Well, to give you an idea, our FFP at the moment, we are on a projected end period of 73 million in the green. Higher up for shirt sales. I find that shirt sales aren't really likely to make you a lot of money. If you don't get a great deal of cash for it, I find. So I feel like it's not something I would consider as part of my transfer strategy, but each to their own, right? Spending out players without buying would be very difficult. Yeah, that's what freebies are for, neutral normally. How dare you? You've done it, Don. Oh, God, what have you done? He's got himself stuck in a ceiling fan again. Miss you look up. No, I didn't. I'm right here. I was literally about to do it. It's only been like 2 minutes. Let's see. Rafinha, who is retired, of course, because he's 34. Finished his career in Saudi at 2 different Saudi sides, actually, as it happens. Green stake difficulty for the first time. You love to see it, Dom. Which deck were you playing on? No, it's Renato Martinez, Bagpuss. He's currently playing for, ironically, I'll be able to get straight to his profile off of Rafinha's screen as it happens. Oh, we had that exact problem, Falkirk. When we were managing in Belgium, they have negative transfer model there. One season, we got them promoted. They put me in a transfer hole of 1.4... Basically, it meant that I had to sell 1.4 million pounds worth of players in order to even spend a single penny. And I was in the Belgian third tier. Like, we had that kind of cash available to us that I could just earn that in. Because basically, I had to earn, like... Oh, no, was it 250 grand? I think it was a 250 grand hole, wasn't it? And because I was only keeping 10% of the fees, I could never get out of the hole. Essentially. Oh, I can't remember that deck's called, but that's like the deck that I think is the easiest to unlock gold stake on, because you can just go flush crazy on it and do all sorts of fun stuff with it. Yeah, the Nuts Watford guy plays for Stade Rennais. And he is here. KSA it means Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Just to get my directors to sell the club. You can do that? So, yeah, he's basically... I mean, look at that. 40 goals in 60 games for Stade Rennais. He is just the striker. The fact that he got, like, 4 straight years of 20-plus goals for Watford in the Championship, moved for free to Stade Rennais, immediately does it again. 17 and 31. This year, 22 and 28. He's just the perfect... Another type of app. What? FMRTE? Either way, he's great. He's the kind of guy that if we'd been able to get him really early and retrain him, we'd have... Oh, he's a match engine goddess. That's right, goddess. We can all be goddesses, chat. You're my Venus. You're my fire. My desire. Right. Venomous Foul! With migraine. Oh, that sucks, man.
I'm glad to be watch streams regularly again. I live with migraines most days and these streams are relaxed yet exciting, so thank you, Matt.
If you think about that in an Essexy kind of voice, it sounds like you're just living with a bunch of people called Grains, and it's like, I live with migraines, you know? Either way, my sister used to suffer really heavily with migraines, and I know that can't be interrupted. I know that's not pleasant at all. I very rarely get them, but I do get, like, those silent migraine ones. I live with migraine. So that's a 1 game for... Oh, fair enough. But yeah, that sucks. I won't play Josh Allen mode just in case. I feel like that would be a trigger for a migraine rather than anything that would help. Okay. I'm kind of just content with our lineup at the moment. Although I think it's probably... it is important that Hart Everson does come back in again. Martinez needs to be used sparingly, I think, at the moment. We'll probably take off the... I feel bad, but Jose Garcia probably hasn't really earned his spot on the bench at the moment. Because I do want to make sure that we've got... will be back soon too. Where's he got? There he is. Yeah, you've got to build up slowly with an ED7 first, yeah. It's potential. Bear in mind, he's 17 years old. So, like... He's not our starter. He's not really the starter here. We're experimenting with some youth players towards the end of the season, as I want to sort of give them an opportunity to see what they can do in the first team for a bit. And because our starting right winger is actually the one playing left wing back now. Because naturally. He just happened to be the only guy that could kind of do the job. And he actually, to his credit, his ratings have been very similar to when he was an AMR. So it hasn't really improved him, but it does feel like the role itself is not too bad. Still not convinced that's going to be the right approach, but we'll see. Full animation. So we've got some animations. So there's obviously Josh Allen mode. There is ED7. Oh, there's Janosch as well. You've got this. And other things. Good counter 24/7. I love it when people ask this because the answer is, I don't know, but we're 8th, 7th in the league. Just here for ED7, you say? Fine. These are so out of date. At least the lights still work. Tremendous. The best use of the lights for me will always be Josh Allen mode, frankly. No, that's not the OG one. The OG one is the original... oh, that doesn't have the music coming back on. Oh, yes, it does. The OG one is the one in red, obviously. Content creator. Not me. Well, I've certainly not me. I don't know. I don't really watch a lot of FM content, honestly. I prefer to just try to keep my brain pure. Not pure, but like... I just don't really engage with it most of the time, really. My favourite FM content creator before he stopped making content was EBFM, Max. Because I just loved his deep dives on content. He was like my guy. I wish he would come back for the next year. Yeah, if you're new to stream, welcome aboard. Just trust me, I'll play Josh Allen mode after the game, then we're in for it. Sacked him as a hoy. Did I though? I don't think I... Oh, maybe I did actually. Is that how I end up with Luka Modric? Right. Okay. No matter what happens here, we're going to lose, right? It's Real Madrid at the Bernabeu. Delay it again. From a financial standpoint, they really couldn't do that without the studio going under, I suspect. So I think there's no doubt that we will get a game this year. I don't think there's any real debate about that. What's that tactic? That's the dream, my friend. We're just messing about with a slight tweak to our normal tactic to see if we can get the best out of the inverted wingback here. Obviously, it's Real Madrid, so it doesn't matter. We're going to be chefed up anyway. They're going to have us on a platter. But that's okay. We didn't expect anything from this game. We're away from home as well. 4-2 team report. So with the scouting of the 4th tier, what you do...
Want to make sure I'm doing it right. How do you scout the 4th tier? Is it team reports or recruitment focuses or something else? Also, as a Man City fan, last night was a dream watch.
Probably made up for the weekend a little bit. Probably not, though, actually. The way you do it is you go just to the player search screen, isolate it by players who are under 17, play in the Spanish 4th division, which, because there's 3 of them, but you can still isolate them all on the same screen. Then what you do is you, on the list, add a column that shows the number of matches they've played, then sort by that column with the highest to the lowest, and then basically scout down from there. That's how you find the young guys from the Spanish clubs. Well, that's how we found these guys. The first couple we didn't find like that. They just came through randomly in my scout reports, which led us on to that, basically. Yeah, tweaking was pretty much what I was doing at that point. This is not really a good representation because obviously we're going to struggle against Real Madrid because we're at the Bernabeu and they're trying to win the league. Although it would be quite funny if we did pull off something here, because then only works once. I think it... Oh, hang on. Wait a minute. Oh, and Bala at the back post. Nice. We like that. That was good. I like Marquez there. I do think that having the Portella pushed up slightly in behind him there is allowing Marquez a little bit more creative freedom going forward as well. That's going to be a penalty, isn't it? Yeah. It's not. I mean, it shouldn't be, but it is. But life goes on. It would be very funny if we did deny them the league. To be fair, a draw could be enough to deny them the league if Barcelona go, oh, really, FM? That's annoying. I think he got the ball, but this is Spain after all. We're playing Real Madrid. Yeah, we're not exactly conceding loads of chances to them. Oh, that's poor. Which is a good sign. I wouldn't mind. I find sometimes against the big sides, we can bore them to tears, which is kind of good when you're a team like Tenerife, right? Like, we're unlikely to create a lot against them because their defense is so elite. But if we're shutting down their strikers, and we should have been really, because that, to me, wasn't a penalty, but such is life. Marquez has played well, actually. And Bala's struggled a little bit. He just lacks that raw speed. If he could get that up a little bit, then it's what allows him to be better than Nikolic. And I think, actually, weirdly, for the second half, they're all kind of anxious because why wouldn't they be? I'm just going to go Nikolic at half-time. Not be afraid to make that tweak. Because it just ain't happening for him right now. Manic Diesel, thank you for the follow. Oh. I still feel like there's a chance for us here. Like, we got the win that we needed in the last game. Sevilla still have to win to stay with us anyway. I think at some point they will probably overtake us because they have got... Their running is definitely harder than ours, though, for sure.
Oh, yes, very soon.
They
are building
Jay.
it now.
Sorry if I've said that incorrectly. I almost certainly have. Thank you very much for the follow. No, half place for Borough now. No, not Borough. Half place for Manchester United now. More con than speed. It's probably a little of both. Because I do think that we need an absolute speed merchant for that right-hand side. But the dribbling is a crucial part of that just because this tactic uses a lot... Oh, that's unfortunate. Uses a lot of dribbling anyway. Every single player has dribble more. We have run at defence as part of the instructions. So it's probably a little of column A, a little of column B. But he is only 17. And I think that's important because he is not going to be an elite player. Even like Sakura and Raul. Raul is a striker, which means that we see a lot of the good stuff he does, and he is able to finish chances when he gets them. But he's still not going to be like an elite guy to lead the line for us yet. Neither is Sakura as far as the net. He's not pulling off those saves that you're like, damn, how did bro do that, you know? But he will, hopefully. John Little column A and little column B. Yeah, we tried it all, exactly. Carrot Chair can have a little rest this time. It's Real after all. Speaking of Raul, let's play Raul against Raul. Martinez has been... Not Martinez, Marquez has been good. Steiny's been poor, actually, today. Which means it feels like the... John, I'm going to try that again with Martinez coming into that role. Boom. We're tuning it down to Real Madrid. It's nothing's good's going to come out of this game unless we pull off any kind of miracles later on, right? Just not getting absolutely twatted is considered a good day for us right now. I mean, we've managed to keep Endrick. There we go. Well played, Porter. We've seen that a few times. Okay, we've also seen that a few times. He did brilliantly up until he no longer did brilliantly. Oh, wow, okay. That is kind of his fault. Actually, I mean, it is his fault for losing the ball, but the team had a lot of things to win that back. He just does too much. Like, when he's got the ball here, he needs to drop that to the on-running player instead of doing things like that. That being said... They've got to try and get back across it. It's a brilliant effort from Memic. Socorro, not really at his best there either, but it's Real Madrid, right? He'll learn. He'll be the next Gianluigi Donnarumma, but better. Oh, okay. Maybe don't lose 4-0 though, eh? Hello, Pog. What's up? That seems fine, right?
Yeah. Yeah. It's nothing to do with like the meters or anything. It's just in electrical in general. Just electrical in general.
Yeah, that's understandable. They need to make sure the house is in good nick as far as the electronics go. That's fine. Forget they're playing football. To be fair, we do sign a lot of players with low concentrations. So Drake has, it's just FM saying, they're Real Madrid, you're not, kind of thing. It'll happen. We see it quite constantly in these kind of games. Occasionally, though, you'll just have a game where that doesn't happen, and that's where you get the big results against these kind of guys. But what I would say is that we have seen him actually produce some quite good stuff going forward from winning balls in that exact position, which is showing we're on the right track. But normally we're not playing Real Madrid. We don't get to play them every week, thankfully. Thank God. Yes, and Kubasi plays for Real Madrid in this save. We never investigated how he ended up there, did we? I'm curious about that now. At least, like, the goal difference is irrelevant to this because we don't have the head-to-head advantage on Sevilla, so our goal difference is useless anyway. So actually getting a bit twatted there is not... It's bad for morale, but it's not going to cost us anything too major. So how did he end up there? Oh, he went via RB Leipzig. Yeah, he never really played for Barcelona. Actually, that's not true. He played a good amount of games around about here. Then RB Leipzig went, yeah, we'll have that. And then refused to really play him all that much. And then somehow Real Madrid went, yes. We'll pay you even more money than you paid for him. And in fairness... It feels like he never plays for Real Madrid except when they play against us. Because he doesn't actually get that many games for Real, but every time we play them, he's always on the pitch. It's like they don't rate us very much. Zeno de Bast. Let's see what Zeno de Bast is up to. Wait, hasn't he been there the whole time? Yeah, he has. Oh, I do like that. Zeno de Bast has been at Anderlecht the entire time. He's, 17, 18 seasons at the club now? Still playing. Just starting pretty much... Actually, is he starting every game for them? Pretty much, yes. That's a hell of a one-club man. How many appearances has he got now? 473 games. Banned from flying to Tenerife? Or maybe he's only allowed to fly to Tenerife. It's the only away game they'll allow him onto, potentially. I do like that for him, though. 45 Belgium caps, all while playing for Anderlecht. Respect. The hell? There we go. Club legend. Well, he'd have to be at that point. Imagine if he wasn't. Yonakusi Asare. There he is. I'm assuming this is the guy. Oh, Partisan. Wow. He's still only 28. That's mental. That's true. I find Yamal, he always seems to end up at either Wolfsburg or Palace randomly in a lot of saves. Actually, except in this one, he is actually at Barca. I think that we got a very lucky role for him in this save where he is actually at elite level potential. But yeah, he's been around a lot. Bayern for legitimately ages, then went to Ajax on a free and didn't really play until weirdly the last season where it was, 20 subs. He got 7 goals from 20 sub appearances. And this year he's just gone to see Partizan. And even he's not even just inhaled something. He's not even playing for Partizan. Poor sod. He must be super young at the start of this save, though. If he's only 28 now. Yeah, just like, you know when you just feel like you randomly inhale and in, like a fur ball almost, and you just can't get it out of your throat. That's me right now. Inhaled a toilet rock, maybe. There was an ultra sort of fly. There are no flies in here, sir. I shepherd them out the door. Or the window. Is it nice out there? No. Rubbish. Apparently it's going to be bastard hot next weekend. Like 26. Which I am going to my sister's engagement party that day as well, which is going to be nice. I'm going to make her some Kinder chocolate muffins. God, I just love looking at Mbaba's profile because every time I do, I forget he's 20. He's had a really solid season. He just does the job. Whether he's the guy long term, I don't know, but he doesn't need to be right. No Sevilla still. Yeah, congrats to her. It's awesome. Plus, you know when you're just like, I'm really happy that dude's going to be my brother-in-law because he's just an absolute guy. He's just such a nice dude. Just the loveliest man. No, he won't ask him to do the long throws, but it's fine. These next games are so important, though. Girona away is free hit, but Espanyol and Racing Santander, massive. So goddamn important for us to get those games done properly. 6-0 win there, which is good. Wow, I love that we've just won 6-0. We've scored an absolutely absurd amount of goals in the Under-19 league to the point where Nelson Anton has 34 goals. Look at the state of this guy. He's got 34 goals. That should say it all. And yet, we're only 1 point clear of Las Palmas despite having a plus 99 goal difference. How many goals have they scored? 128. They're doing okay, but let me guess, they lost the Las Palmas. Yeah, they did. Of course they did. Of course, we did top 6. We're nowhere near top 6, unfortunately, because they're so far away. We are still 11 points away from the top 6. We are literally unable to finish any higher than where we currently are, which is mad considering how it's gone. But that's fine. What are our finishing spread, actually? I love that. There's 3 games left. We can only finish 7th or 8th. Those are the only options available to us. 7th or 8th. That's it. And it heavily depends on what happens with Sevilla. I think we can get... If we get 7th, this would be a crazy good season. But the best thing about it is it would open up us for Europe next year in the Conference League, which is the perfect one. And it would allow us to... Those guys wouldn't have to be registered for the squad next year. So they could just play. Oh, wow. Lads, not to be the bearer of bad news here, but could we, not be that shit? They're God, they nearly qualified for the playoffs because of that result. Why are we suddenly so bad? Jesus Christ. Well, they're in the playoffs. Such is life. Expected points agree. I think so. If anything, I think we've still been slightly under our expected points, if I recall. We'll just do one match there. Hit with the double pointy here. Technically, Valencia are overperforming. We're kind of bang on, which is amazing. Because it means not only are we doing well in the league, but we're actually matching it. So it's not like we're overperforming in order to do well in the league. We are exactly where we should be, roughly. If anything, Valencia are pretty lucky to be where they are. But that's really exciting. It just shows that we're on the right track. Plus 17 goal difference. Only 11 defeats this season, most of which would have been against the top sides. There's a couple of little dodgy ones in there. The Levante one from earlier this year. Honestly, other than Granada, Levante and Sporting Gijón, it's just all the usual suspects. Lovely. So the ones I use are Aaron's training. RDF's training schedules are the ones that I'm using here. They just work. Sporting Gijón. There they are, in all their glory. Middle of the road. Expected points. You just go onto the league table and hit in here, and it will show you the XP. But you can't do it once playoffs begin if there is a set of playoffs, which is really annoying. Although if you're managing in that league, you can still go into here and show it, which will give you the more detailed breakdown, which shows you the expected goals against, which you'll note is actually still negatives. Yeah, most importantly is Aaron RDF, not Aaron, of course. There is also another way that you can show it, which was that wonderful way that the game hides certain stats. So if you go into Team Detailed, you can't see it, but if you go into Team Overview, it appears here, and if you then click it, it then appears in Team Detailed. And you can do that with any stat, by the way. So if you can't see a stat that you want to see down this sidebar, go into Team Overview, click this, select it on here, because there's so many more that you can't normally see. So like, I don't know, high intensity sprints. Right click it, bang. Opens it in here. Although that one actually is in there in fairness, but the ones that aren't in there will appear on here. They might change that actually. Yeah, Bill, I was expecting Athletic Club to be better. But as we've seen with Real Sociedad, for example, they were not very good either. Like they nearly won the title 2 years ago, and this year I think we've done the double over Real Sociedad, whilst they pretty much have the same squad. Strangely. Youth candidates, they're all going to say, oh, you want a Josh Allen mode? All right, fine. I think I owe you that, don't I? Give me a chance to have a little drink and try and cough up whatever the hell it is. Chat, you've still got Josh Allen emotes, so now's the time to use them. And Val, now's the time to probably hide your eyes, just because this one is a bit of a bad one for the eyes if you're watching on the big screen. And shake, baby. Napoli bottling the league. Lovely news. It is sucky that it's Sevilla at home against Villarreal, but we still give them the best chance they've got. Like, Villarreal have got to do us a big favour here. Like, this is one of the games they need to be dropping points in. Let's make it happen. Yes! Come on! They've gone above us, but that's okay. We expected that. They've dropped points. I mean, we did kind of anticipate that. The context. Basically, the context is that picture you saw in there, it was his actual in-game profile, not from a face pack, the one that FM actually uses. We then found on his, like a profile of him on a club website, that he loves this like German techno group called Brutalissimus 3000. Just things you need to know about players, and now we know that. So we need to do that on his honour. Speaking of Ibiza, they're actually getting relegated to the 5th tier in this save currently. Not good. Not good at all. There's a trials finish there, which I assume is the Dross guys from the youth intake. We'll do another round of Spanish acquisitions, because nobody expects them, in the summer as well, because there's bound to be a couple of them. Good God, we've got 45 players out on loan. How have I ended up accidentally doing this in this save too? Carvalho is having a time. That average rating is scary good. 41 matches and he's averaging a 7.6 rating. Tell you what, he might actually be the long-term solution on that left-hand side for us. He's only 18 years old. He's fast. He's agile. He's got good balance. He can dribble. He's consistent. He's going to destroy someone's legs at some point. He's the guy. A Harrow Fortress as well. Good God. Club getting promoted. Hard to say. They're actually in the 5th tier as it happens. I build them accidentally. I sort of like, you know the way people sleep eat, or sleepwalk? I sleep loan farm. Essentially. You can take me out of the loan farm, but you can't take the loan farm out of me. Unfortunately, Arnado's asked to be removed from the transfer list, which means his value has now gone back up again, so they can start to demand more money, unfortunately. Which is a shame. But that doesn't mean it won't change. I don't know why either, because they don't appear to be playing him anymore all of a sudden. So I'm just a bit confused about that, if I'm honest. A Harrow Bishop Ultra, good lord. Fuck it, we're doing it. I'm pressing all the buttons today, chat. Good stuff, Chris. I'm glad you did. Sometimes I'd like to throw those out there. Just fishing for him. Right, okay. Get your bishops ready. And a 5, and a 4, and a 3, and a 2, and a 1.
But you did.
I got through Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I got through Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I try not to lose my temper with myself.
Oh, goodness sake and shit and balls.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
The minute you get uptight, chat, you are in fact dead. Oh, I want to look at some of these scout reports as well while we're at it. No, I have extended loan buttons. I swear to God, if there isn't an extend all loan button in next year's game, I'm going to riot. Every time I get an opportunity to talk to a dev, I bring that up. Like, legitimately. Without fail. If I'm in a room with one of the devs, it's the thing I bring up. I slip it in the conversation, being like, oh, you know, yeah, it's cool. No, I like what you're doing there. But wouldn't it be cool if extend all loans? Just throwing that out there. Wouldn't it be nice? Right, what was I actually doing? There was something I was going to click on, and I've already forgotten what it was. Oh! Scouting. I was going to see if we found any monsters. They're a little older, and we have got some Brazil in here. So we may have to just like take these with a pinch of salt, but it's still worth looking at. Yeah, this is all Brazil. Was there any Peru? Oh, no. Hello, Packham. How's it going, man? So it's Thiago Henrique. Shitty now. Yeah, he's a bit alright. I know about this guy. Fabio Guerrero is a goalkeeper, annoyingly, but bloody hell, if it doesn't work out with our boy, there's options. That's all I'm saying. Victor Hugo, God, I swear to God, there's about 50 Victor Hugos in every single save. There's only so many times I can nickname a player Jean Valjean. Torninho. Is he 6'7"? Oh. God, if we didn't have Sakura, I'd be all over that man like a rash. Ashton as a lime, that's cool. That's really cool, actually. What league were they playing in? Oh, 60. Literally, you say it in the sentence, Matt. Christ. Are we doing well? I'm doing better, Packham. I'm doing well. How are you, my friend? I just asked you that twice, didn't I? I'm going to ask you again. Just in case anything's changed. That's true. Maybe that's what caused the delay. What skin am I using? I'm using SAS25. Exclamation mark skin, and you can get like a folder that will have the latest version of it, as well as like a little explanation and stuff like that. It's goated. Right. Neither of those games are relevant to us, although it is relevant to see if Real Madrid can score any more goals. Yeah, it's great that SAS updated it because, wow, they are actually bottling it. Real Madrid are going to bottle this league. Immense. It's going to score like 120 goals, but not win the league. Crazy. Villarreal. Okay, good. I still think we could get something. It's just winning these two home games. This is why I'm glad SAS updated the skin, just so that we no longer have to say SAS 24 skin. Works better this way. It's better for all of us, I feel like. Right. Of course, Sunday's going to be fun as hell. Particularly if we're preparing for... Has he gained momentum again? I do think at some point he will fade out of the team, and it's going to be maybe next summer, but either way, love it. Do you know, Packham? I've changed my mind. Life's changed since we last spoke moments ago. A dark cloud has entered my soul, and all I feel now is ennui. And not even the Thierry kind. How are you? Okay, that's fine. We don't care about that either. Other than if Almeria concede a load more goals. They'll just lose like 6-3 or something. They score quite a bit, but they do be conceding. Ah. Get off here. Pog still does the Thierry Henry, Jamie Carragher thing to me sometimes. Like, if news comes through, she'll be like, it's great. Hilarious, I wouldn't say that. I definitely wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that, but you can say that, you know? And I'll accept it. And then remember it when I'm feeling sad, because I do that. I have like a folder that's just full of nice YouTube comments. That way I can remind myself that I'm not a complete waste man from time to time. Okay, it's gone. But I haven't been out much, James, lately, because obviously I've been trying to avoid walking like literally all week, and it sucks. I had to adjust my running plan and everything. It's been the longest I've been in like 4 months without running, and I hate it. Because it's really, like, the thing that running gives for me is a mood floor. That's like, you're always going to feel this base level of like okayness, and that's kind of really been fading the last few days because of the lack of that. What a challenge. I like a challenge. Did you know that it's not actually Athletic Bilbao, but it is in fact Athletic Club? Let me be the first person to tell you this. I'm sure this is news to you. Or it will come. Well, yeah. Just avoiding Harv. Harv was calling me out of the weekend. I was sat on a boat in the middle of Cambridge on a punt, so to speak, which is what they're called. And I got Harv was in the Discord mouthing off at me. Coward. Meet me in the river. I'll fight you, bare knuckles. Fully clothed, and the rest of me just bare knuckles. Dark YouTube actually. I'm getting involved in it. You mean Sporting Porto? What a team. Yeah, I'm an actually boy now. I'm just not quite adenoidal enough for it yet. But give me a chance. I'll get there. I'm bare knuckle dusting, baby. Putting was actually really fun, to be fair. Other than the part where he crashed into a boat. Although, I must admit, that was still kind of fun. We won 11-0. Who even are most of these guys? Like, who is Ramon Herrero? And how is he scoring? He's got 27 goals this season. Okay. Just AI. I mean, I don't think that even with the... There's no way that AI could generate the things that Harv says. No supercomputer could come up with that stuff. So the river... Oh, yeah. I will never leave my phone again. That's not true. I absolutely will leave my phone again. I mean, I spilled coffee all over the counter yesterday because I forgot to put a cup under it, you know? That's where we're at. Raul scored another one. At least he's scoring goals for these guys, but I think we're probably cooked here. What's up, Pog? Can't find your what? Slippers? Oh, God. And Sporting Hihon win, but no results there for Sevilla. Okay. Which I was not expecting. I bet... that must suck, actually, because you just have to constantly... Do you just have like a consistent filter that you have on every single thing, just because otherwise you can't do anything with it? Comprehend the genius. Oh, you can. On account of its lack of existence. Just you wait until I can format a thought correctly. I'll be unstoppable. Just you wait until I can wake up in the morning and go, I need to accomplish these 3 tasks, and then I go and do them. The world is not ready for that. Perez making... That's great news. Immense. I'm really glad that he's making positive development on account of the fact that he's leaving again. But we did make 10 times our money in less than 30 days. So, you know, all's well that ends well. We'll just buy him back off them in a couple of years. But stop being funny. Then I guess I'll have to not take meds while I stream. Right. That's happened now. And that's fine. Excel spreadsheet. Probably Excel. That's the way I do most of my thoughts. The amount of different spreadsheets I have. Woo. Hemorrhage is empty. Yeah, I think that it's... Obviously, it's a different type of medication, right? From what I've heard from people in chat, and I've talked to about this, it's more a case of, like, you just don't have 30,000 thoughts at once. Meant to be Dazza 1889, but, you know, a guy can dream. You're funny that. Oh, he's got him! Got him, boys! Absolutely sent me. He's zigged and he's zagged and I've gone the wrong way. He's juked me right out. No government names. I can't believe that you would say this to me, Dazza 1989. 1989? Brentford Nuco, innit? That's when the bus stop was built. Thought of on the way and then accomplished none of them. That's my standard day there, Bol. That's just how it goes these days. Right, okay, it's going to have to be... Oh, it's a risk. It's a risk and a half. But it might have to be Dosso off the right, not Raul through the middle. Never mind, I've just seen your fitness levels, sir. I can't believe you would grace our turf with your immense lack of quality. It's going to have to be Nikolic. Yes. That's not what you want. Hopefully you kind of... Hopefully you can find something that works for you. That doesn't sound ideal. I think the rest of the team is actually okay, isn't it? This lineup has been really consistent lately. The first pet. Well, luckily it's none of them. I'm not that old. I was actually born in 1890, I'm afraid. So, you know, get good. X and P in the brain. What would be like that movie Lucy? I am Scarlett Johansson in that film, but somehow more sexy. I don't know what it is. It's just it'd just be nice to be able to think straight for a bit, you know. Just think clearly. That's the most frustrating thing of all. Feeling like there's this mental block that stops you from accomplishing really basic tasks. It's quite debilitating, actually. As much as I try to make light of it, because obviously what else are you going to do, right? Although there is something weirdly comforting about perhaps feeling that maybe it's not that I'm just entirely broken. My brain just works in a slightly different way that needs different needs, you know? And understanding that even in my 30s is going to help me get a better life out of it, because then I can start to take action and just sort of make accommodations for myself, I guess. See you later, Kov? Bolskov? I hate when I have to shorten a chat name and I never know quite where to go with it. Oh, dear. Too hot for you to think straight. Damn straight. Oh, God. I don't know if I can play that on stream. Right. Okay. This is a big game for us. We need a win to keep this trainer rolling. They have a Swedish centre-back. Sebastian Mattsson Karlsson. He's the son of both Matt and Carl. He's got them Swedish gay dads. You'll have to see it. Right, let's go. Our record lately has been exceptional, to be fair. It feels like, for whatever reason, that slight tweak to the tactical setup has actually just made us more my two dadsons. Swedish guy, apparently. Let's go. So this is the thing, Super Frank. When I think it does, you do have to get the right doctor, but when I spoke to my doctor about it 2023, the only time I actually saw a GP specifically about it, at the end of the day, they're just the doctor. When you talk to them, they're going to be listening to the things you're saying, right? So yes, there might be some people that are like that, but what I would say is that the majority of those people that are using it as a personality type and just kind of trying it on for a hat, they're probably not going to see doctors anyway, because what they're interested in is like social clout, right? So they're not probably taking it to the extent of actually seeing doctors, because that doesn't help them. That doesn't give them anything that they want, if that's the reason they're doing it. So I suspect that actually, don't let that put you off going to see a doctor if you are concerned about it, is what I would say. This is the sort of things that chat would tell me 2 years ago, right? And I'm now that I have taken that advice after 2 years, I'd like to impart that to you. Offering loan extensions. Yes. 2nd of June. That's the date that works the best, because it will usually, if you're in the right league, give you a 2-year extension on loans, which is obviously what you want. Marquez, come on, buddy. Outside. Go on, bang it. Oh, man. Come on now. Those are the chances that we can't really afford to miss. Particularly not if... So this is a huge... This game day here could be the one that decides whether we come 7th or not, because Sevilla are playing Athletic Cup away from home. It's a tough game for them. And if we can just take a... I see what I mean. They're winning, which means we now have to win. Feta, this is not going in though, is it? We just don't... Oh, no! I worry this is the kind of game... Doctor, nearly 7 years. I've barely been to the doctor either. Usually I'll have like an injury and I'm just like, oh, I'll just look it up on Google. It'll be all right. Like, unless I'm like really struggling to breathe or something, I'm like, I'll be fine. Which is bad attitude. But it's my attitude and I'm living with it, right? Well, that's the thing, Millie. Millie was one of the people that helped me push towards this in the first place, in fact. One of the routes I originally went down was on Millie's advice, you know? And that wasn't Millie's fault. That was just because things had changed since Millie gone through it himself. So, oh, man. But we're getting there slowly, Millie. Just now, just to the point when I'm just waiting for the assessment part. I mean, it does help that I've changed. I'm in a different NHS thingy now, and they didn't even have to see me for an appointment. They had this like triage thing, and they were just like, yeah, I think we'll just pass that straight through, lad. And I'm like, no, fair enough, saves me doing anything. Yeah, because if you think there's something wrong, see a doctor about it, because the worst that can happen is that that's not what's happening and nothing really changes. But if there is something that could potentially help you, then it's worth doing, because it can make your quality of life better, right? That's the thing that matters the most. That's the reason I'm interested, because I've been asked this. It was like, well, what difference would it really make if you got a diagnosis? It's like, well, for a start, it would make me feel like that it is actually a thing and not just like I've imagined. And there is something that means that you then also, you end up being quite harsh on yourself on that until that point. In addition, there are things that can maybe be done that would help a little bit, right? And anything that would help, I'm willing to go for, you know? Give it a go. Bloody GPU, though. Do you reckon they can fix my GPU while they're at it? No, but absolutely, yeah. You just want to be informed, but you don't need to be informed. You just need to tell them how you feel and how your life is, how you're struggling, right? It's up to them to know what's going on rather than you. Oh, that's a great goal! Come on! Physio session for frozen shoulder. Love to see it. 5 minutes. Wow. That's sick. What the hell? I'm getting a phone call, chat. I bet it says suspected spam number. Well, it actually doesn't. Oh, well. Usually it says suspected spam number. FM in person for QOL. Oh, 100%. One of the things, I made an entire video about QOL. Do you not remember? End of the day, if that call was that important, they'd leave a voicemail, right? That's the way I look at it. Well, imagine if that was the ADHD clinic ringing me. That would be amazingly funny if that was actually the ADHD clinic ringing me. Hang on, I'm just going to check this number. Because that would be incredibly amazing timing if that actually was. It was half. I just want to look this up 1 second. Forgive me, chat. I was about to say the number out loud there. Because it isn't like a... It's not like a commercial number or anything. It's a proper, like, landline number. Looks like it's associated with... job agency spam. Okay. Worth finding out, though, because that would have been funny as fuck. I just... Imagine that. I forget to answer the phone when the ADHD consultant calls, and then I just never call them back. Vetter scored again! Alexander Vetter. What a boy. Hitting the going unprepared. Better chance. Oh, I think you're right, Danny. I also like the part of the diagnostic process is essentially just getting to the point of getting it. Like, if it takes you 2 years, then maybe you're on the right track. Yes, no, that's what came up first. They're trying to, they're like, hey, you want to give up that computer men stuff you've been doing? Because, like, we're never going to release another game. Just give it the program, bro. Just do it tomorrow. Yeah, exactly. It's fine. I definitely haven't got messages I still need to respond to. Also, AJ, if you're watching the VOD and you see this, I'm so sorry that I haven't responded to your Discord message in like 3 weeks. I'll get on that. But you understand. So it's fine. This is a really good performance from us. It just took a little while to get going. Like, they've literally not had a shot on us. This is exactly what we needed from this game. I'm really, really impressed with the lads in these matches that are important, but they're games that we should be winning, and we're actually doing it. EAFC, that would be something. Or slide him in. They keep doing... Oh, hang on. That's a great pass. No way. Oh, it should have been a hat-trick from my boy. If we get a pen, he's 100% getting it. Right, I think it's 66 minutes now. Now will be the perfect time to... Nikolic hasn't had the best day. I'm doing it. It's a rarity, but I feel like he's earned the right to be on the pitch at this point. Juicy's doing good as well, actually. Hey, Pog. What are you doing?
Cleaning out the bin.
Cleaning out the bin? Oh, God. Is that bin juice?
No.
You covered in bin juice? Oh, is it raining?
No, it's just water from the hose.
Raining bin juice.
But I watered the front garden.
Water the front garden? Isn't it? It's been raining today, hasn't it?
No.
There you go. Makes us more stable. It weirdly does, and I'm not sure how. I mostly did that just because, you know, it would be funny if that tactical change actually worked. And it kind of has. I mean, it certainly hasn't made us worse. That's what we could really say. We're certainly not worse with it. If anything, it looks like we're more consistent, I guess. Like, we're able to get wins when we're good. And we're struggling. We're having better performances, but it also feels like we're able to get the results over the line. What we really need is just a nice, cheeky, late equaliser in the other game. That would be the dream. Seraphine spots. It won't come through until literally the last day because it's still accounting for the fact that technically Spain could get an extra spot because of Europe. And because Valencia won the Copa del Rey, it doesn't know where they're going to finish, even though it technically does at this stage. It's just FM being a bit weird, basically. It's 2-0 to Sevilla. Francisco scored. So it does look like it's still going to be both of us tied on 61 points. 2 games to go. Level on 61 points. We just need to outperform them by 1 point in the next 2 games. Oh. Quiet. Oh, it's not hectic at all. No, it's a very small city that just kind of treats... It's like basically like a big village. Basically, James. It has village vibes, but all the like most amenities that you'd get from a city, which is why I love it here. They still have Real, exactly. But we still have Girona away. It's released FM 26 and now you postponed it. Yeah, he's got on another holiday, Millie. He was going to cancel. He was just ringing me to check. But now... To be fair, I probably should have just answered that anyway for the memes. Oh, they got another goal. I hope that our head-to-head isn't what kills us here. Girona are slipping a little bit lately. Right, what are these run-ins then? Who's Sevilla's other game? Valencia at home, Atletico away. 5th and 3rd. Not London. Oh, it's nothing like London, no. Fulham linked with nobody. I've not seen Fulham linked with a single footballer at the moment. I would just like us to be linked with extending Josh King. That's all I want. Give that man a new contract. Start him next season instead of Emil Smith-Rowe. Job's a good one. Try and recover that project somehow. Imgota, thank you for the follow. I'm sorry I've said that incorrectly. Do let me know how to say it properly, but thank you, I appreciate that. Vetter's in there. Send his what? His contract. Because he's only got 1 year left on it after this season, and I can't bear the thought of us losing yet another good youth player to the same bollocks that have cost us Fabio Carvalho, Harvey Elliott, etc. Arda Güler, ooh. Get him in. He's not getting a game for Real, is he? What we need really is, I don't know, this is the thing, like, I still think Rodrigo Muniz could be the guy for us. Unfortunately, we have suffered without him at the end of the season because his substitute appearances are so good. Also, we broke the record this year for the most amount of goals from substitutes. Sticking out by Brentford, it's satisfying. I mean, because he's not even doing anything for Brentford either, so it doesn't even look bad on them. It just looks bad on him. But there you go. Ooh. Karachaya, Herholt. Wait. Oh, no, he did have caps. Not a lot, but he did have some caps. That's the thing. They were just signing for like £5 million on arbitration or some bollocks. Have I heard rumours that Harvey Elliott's off as well? Yeah, that's what he would say. Skyver. Injured, you say? He's been injured for a while. I was genuinely surprised that Liverpool let him go so quickly, honestly. Because it seemed like at first he was actually doing okay. Linked with Wolves. Good God. That seems like a weird step. Carl Walker-Peters. Yes, that's actually right. That is the one player that I have heard links with. However, that could just be like an agent linking us with him. But I wouldn't be opposed to it. I think it depends heavily on what happens with Kenny Tete. Because Kenny Tete is out of contract this summer and we don't have an extension clause on him. If we were to sort out an extension clause for Kenny Tete, then I'm okay. But Castagna's going to be out for quite a while because he's now had to have surgery. Likely out to Fulham. Tom Kearney's been linked with that move to Wrexham, but again, I don't know whether that's just his agent trying to get him a better deal somewhere else, but I'd like him to stay because he's an absolute legend at Fulham. He's been there for 10 years now. He's earned a testimonial. And there is probably a couple more outs, like I'm trying to think actually. Which of our squad is actually pretty well tied down? Higher than Tete. Tete is one of those players that I think he gets underrated. He's so... Come on! Also, 6-0 win for Real Madrid there. Mafia couldn't save Osasuna now. Sevilla 0, Valencia 3. So we just need a point against Girona and a win on the final day, and that's enough for us to get 7th place in Europa League. Conference League. Great news. That was a trashy performance there as well. I mean, it was going okay for them at one point. Real Madrid must be pretty close to it now. To the 120 goals. 115. Or maybe not. They might not quite get there. Tete's also had injuries, which is unfortunate. He is a little injury prone, which doesn't help him. Survival at stake for Levante. Well, that's not who we're playing, so that's okay. That international duty is not going to affect us because it's only Skakun. Although we did get a Ukraine cap, which was surprising. Yeah, to score over 115 goals and not win the league is mental. I feel like the one player they keep telling us about is this guy. Just constantly. Every report. We've only really gone up by... To be fair, he's only been here 6 months, hasn't he? Marking and positioning up by 1 each. If he could get that sorted, he could be really, really good. The value is obscene. What's his release clause looking like? 61 million. Okay, that's okay. For the time being. But when he gets a new contract, he's one of these guys that's going to need like a 200 mil. But at least he's got a relatively steep one to begin with. I'm kind of glad I did that now. I'm never quite sure where to set these release clauses. It's not something I'd usually come across in leagues I'm managing most of the time. I try to just avoid them entirely, but obviously in Spain, you're not allowed to avoid them. So 61's okay for now, but really, his next contract, we've got to be looking into the 100 millions. Bournemouth have been promoted. Bournemouth have won the playoff final in League One. Did not see that coming, actually. Jose Martinez, Socorro, Soler, and Raul all into the under-20 squad. Oh, good news. Sevilla's last game is against Atletico away, which is not easy at all. I'm actually going to keep that on there. So there is a chance that we may just need 1 point. Have to pay them slightly more. Yeah, the thing is, slightly more often isn't slightly more. It's often a lot more, and I don't think I can afford to break... I just can't afford to break our wage structure right now. Because the moment we start doing that, this money disappears very quick. Wait, really? I actually forgot we'd even sold him. But £500,000 is £500,000. And what about the other one? I assume this is nothing. He looks like another guy that we would have got poached from us or something. FM, can I please sell the clause? There we go. Got them in the end. It's another 450 grand. Oh, imagine scoring a hat-trick and still losing. Shout out to Las Palmas. And by that, I mean, screw you, Las Palmas. Almeria, despite conceding those 17 goals to Real Madrid, might actually stay up with that win against Granada, who are not that bad themselves. It's kind of crazy that Celta Vigo aren't even bottom of the league. Did Betis qualify for the playoffs in the end? Oh, they still haven't finished that league yet. The Real Betis are a 9th place in the 2nd tier. They're not even close to getting in the playoffs. They're 7 points away, having played a game more. They've absolutely eaten shit since they got relegated. Arguably, they've even got worse. That's mental. Where are they supposed to be, though? Wow. The Betis story just gets more interestinger and interestinger. Isak and Florian Wirtz. Surely Isak would not be easy to pry away from Newcastle. Because results get... Yeah, exactly. So we do not have the head-to-head against Sevilla, unfortunately. That's the problem. So we have to beat them on points. Who was missing from the right side that wasn't... I'm assuming he's still not available. So we'll probably have to do the same lineup again and hope for the best. I don't see why Isak would leave at this point, right? Like, Champions League football next year. Isn't Wirtz really heavily linked with Bayern? Like, extremely heavily linked with Bayern. To the point where he would go to Bayern for even cheaper. I do kind of hate the way that Bayern, like, completely cannibalized German football in that sense. But if they will keep selling their players to them... That'll do. Head-for-head lead decider after points. For me, goal difference. Because I feel like, as much as you could say that the teams playing against each other is a good measure, you don't... Like, there's any number of factors that could affect the lineups that were put out in that one specific game. And I feel like if it's a league season we're talking about, then if we're measuring points over the full season, then why wouldn't we measure the other metrics over a full season? And I just feel like that's why I prefer goal difference, right? Because I feel like it's just I don't know. I feel like it encourages teams to attack more and score more goals rather than just have the best defensive record in that sense. Falling out with Bayern execs. Oh, really? I think you can definitely argue both ways, but I don't know. I like any kind of metric that is going to encourage people to score more goals rather than less. Who just have for Fulham? I simply don't know because it's hard to know what's realistic and what isn't. I feel like as a fan, you sometimes get an inflated opinion of who would actually realistically join your club. Most likely what Fulham will do is what they always do. Wait until the last 2 weeks of the transfer window, sign a couple of loans and a guy out of absolutely nowhere that may turn out to be brilliant in 18 months. It's just what we do. Let's start a match as one. It would be good, wouldn't it? It's a shame that's never happened to anybody, least of all me, of course. Right. Basically, anything except a defeat here puts us in rather schmexy territory. I mean, there is a chance that Sevilla just lose to Atletico on the final day anyway, and none of this matters. But we will still need a point out of these last 2 games in order to make that happen. To be fair, Jorge Cuenca has actually still looked really good this season. He just hasn't been given a lot of chances in the first team. But when he has... God damn it, man. But when he has played, he's actually looked really stable at the back. So I believe that a lot of players that come into Marco Silva teams usually seem to take a year to settle for whatever reason, which gives me hope about ESR for next year. Because Sasha Lukic looked dreadful initially when he joined in January, but now after a full season, he's really done brilliantly. Dark Horse player? Maybe. I'd like it if we did that. But we definitely do need to try and find... I still think we do kind of need number 9, but... We've got to remember that Girona are a decent side in this league, and anything we take from this is a bonus, but we definitely do need... If we were to get something, though, it would be really helpful just because of... Oh, he's going to lose the ball, isn't he? Come on. There we go. Because it would get... A point, for example, would be superbly important. Nah, it's one of those games, I think. Doing too much of the ball, giving away kind of crap. So I suspect that he's just going to ping this straight in for a goal. Oh, wow. Silva gone. What's your opinion? I do not want to sack the manager that has literally just got us a record points tally in the Premier League. I do believe that we should have done better this year. But I also believe that if it was a different manager, we wouldn't even be close to doing what we have done this year. I think it's a bit short-sighted. I don't think he's going anywhere. He's already said that he wants to stay. I don't think it would take an incredibly big opportunity for him to go to actually want to leave. Like, he's already turned down Saudi, so it's clearly not about money. Hasn't shown them properly. Well, he's already said that he doesn't want to go there. I don't know how much more you can shut the door. He's already turned down moves to Saudi in the past. So I'm pretty content that he's unlikely to go to Saudi. If he does, he does, right? But I don't think it's particularly likely. Oh, go on, Dosso. Yeah, we're just not having the best day here. That last day of the season is going to be an absolute clusterfuck, I suspect. Because we just don't look at it in this game. We're just giving up really weird chances in this match. Smith's going to be rogue-elations? Yeah. He's got to be better next year. He just hides too much on the pitch. We're not seeing any of the qualities that I hope, or we were initially. We've not had a shot in this game. That is embarrassing. Like, Girona are fine, but they're not that good. Like, lads, what are we playing at? Who's been really bad other than everybody? We are missing Mbala a little bit on the right-hand side. I'm not sure what our situation is regarding things like PSR. I think it's actually relatively okay because Fulham have done quite a good job at selling some players for quite a lot of money over the last couple of, like Polinia and Mitrovic. We've earned good cash that's allowed us to be relatively stable on that. But then we also spent a lot of money on ESR, so... Oh, maybe you could chip it into that space. I don't think he will just because there's a guy there and they rarely ever dink it into that. He will just go for goal probably. But if he does fancy a little cheeky pass, this could be the sort of goal that... I don't know why we're even... He's just going to drill this straight over the bar. Yeah. Did force a save out of the goalie, but it just doesn't feel like we're capable of scoring free kicks in this save anymore. I can't remember the last time we actually scored one. Christ. Can I even bring on anyone at left back? Wait, Mekawa can play there? Can't hurt, can it, really? We're not playing well enough for it to matter. I'm going to just ring the changes at this point. Save one more. Oh, actually, not. Fuck it. We're going to do it. We're going to 5 subs. It's a risk at 62 minutes, but what other choice have we got? We're a goal down. We're playing like crap. We may as well just throw some shit at the wall and see what sticks for the last part of this game. Maybe we'll find a hero we don't expect it to. Juicy! Oh, no, he's hit the bar again. That was an unexpected little extra highlight there. Wait, did the keeper save that? The keeper saved that. The highlight continues. Near post, perhaps? Ah, wait. No, he's lost it this time. Oh, shit, we're about to get counts. Wait, where's the defenders? Luckily, the slowest man in the world is counter-attacking here for Girona, so it's going to be fine. Are they going? Are both of them going? Or are they expected to, or are they just out of contract or something? I can't see those two playing for any other club than Brentford. It just feels like they're so ingrained in Brentfordness. If anything, it makes me like them less. No, I do really like them as footballers. Feels like actually, this little highlight seems like it's never ending. Go on, Mekawa. See if he can show off whether he could actually play as a centre mid, perhaps, even though he's playing as a left wing back. It will show what he's like sitting inside a little bit, being more in the midfield when in possession at the very least. Right, big head. Oh, there's the end of the highlight. Can only be rowed home together. Come on, just a random jammy equaliser that we don't deserve, just to give us the slight edge going into that final day. I don't think it's going to happen. 2 years left. Ah, yeah, I suppose if they're unlikely to see extensions, then it is probably best to cash in at this point. That's a great pass. That's a great pass. Ah, Socorro, this is the thing. That's what you need from a goalkeeper. Those sort of chances are the ones that I feel like Moreno was actually quite good at just about managing to claw out. Socorro just hasn't quite got that yet. But in time he will. But that looks like we're cooked for this game. It's literally going to be last game of the season. Decides all. If Sevilla don't beat... The one thing we've got on our side is Sevilla have to go away to Atletico on the final day, whereas we're at home against not a very good side. So we're going to be okay. We just have to better them on the final day of the season, and there's every chance that we could do that, because goal difference is irrelevant here. Oh. These guys are a good team. Like, there's a reason they're on the Champions League battle bubble, right? Actually, they're kind of not, are they? They're more in the Europa League fight. Oh, they will get Europa. They're a good team. Weren't so good last year, but we didn't deserve anything from this game, and that's exactly what we've got. That's just not great from us. We've got a week to recover, though. Oh. It's our first defeat for a while. Like, we haven't really drawn a lot lately. It was a poor performance, and we got what we deserved. It does feel like when this team plays badly, it doesn't seem to be able to dig out any kind of random results very much lately. We do actually have to be the better team to get the wins, but that's a pretty common occurrence with us anyway, so I'm not particularly concerned about that. This last day of the season is going to be insane, though. We're both tied on 61 points. We just need to better their result. As if that's easy. Who are we even playing? Racing Santander. Oh, they're not that bad, though. They're literally the team directly below us in the league. And they've got a game in hand on us. Not that it matters, but... like, they're actually a good team. I worry about our ability to beat them What's our record like against Racing Santander? That'd be a good indicator. Well, it won't, but actually, I'll tell you what, our record against them is pretty decent. Like, we lost to them twice, but only one of these was I in charge. This one here I was in charge. But since we've been promoted, we've actually beaten them twice and drawn the other one. First season we won away from home with Skelly. Then a 0-0 draw in which Abubakar was sent off. God, this is a throwback already. And then we've also won away from home with Vanderlei Marquez and Herholt. Earlier this season too. Away from home. Where we were the better side. Okay. They're still not going to be an easy game. There's every chance we can slip up. But remember, if Sevilla lose, we'd only need a draw against Racing Santander to qualify for Europe. Also, shout out to Maze Epping. Tremendous name. Wow, he's a Thai Dutchman. I like him even more now. I didn't think we'd have any real chance at Europe, honestly. So I'm pleased to even be in this position. Like, we were not miles away, but it always looked like we were just a little bit too far away from them. But Sevilla, I mean, despite the fact the positions haven't really changed a great deal up until here, they did start to fall back towards us. There was quite a large points gap for a while, and we have done a pretty good job at clawing that back. And the thing is, with all the games being played on the final day at the same time, right, there's not going to be any weirdness there, so we can already tell if they lost the game ahead of us. But that definitely won't happen, right? Elgin City survived with record points. Like, ooh, I wonder how many points they've... 38 points. Wait, that seems like a lot of points. Is it just me, or does that seem like an awful lot of points to be a record low? 38 is that's over a point a game. What's been going on in League One that's where that's been? Also, shout out to Spartans, who've been relegated, but were playing in Scottish League One. Wait, were they really in? Play 4 games? Huh? But still, right? To a Spartans YouTube series? I don't understand the question. That's cool for them. 10 teams, 36 matches. Right, but that doesn't really change anything, surely. No matter how many times they're playing the teams, it surely still means that it's the number of games. You're not going to get any more points. If it's only 36 games, that's still less than a Premier League season, yet you regularly see teams surviving in the Premier League with like 29 points. What I mean is, it seems like an incredibly high amount of points to get to stay up. I'm sorry, mate. I think your friend would probably not appreciate you going into people's chats and spamming them about this sort of thing. As a first-time chatter, which means you've not interacted in this community before at all, it does seem a little bit strange that that's the first message you would put, basically. And I suspect that your friend probably wouldn't be super pleased with you doing that. Just because it doesn't make him look good, him or her look good. Europe with less than 40, but it's... So I've heard, Ardvak. Would never happen. Rob, I would raid you any day, buddy. God, chat, you have the ability to turn anything into a copy pasta. I feel like that's a really common bot message too, because, wow, we lost again. So yeah, the B team aren't getting promoted. That much we do know. Ass chaps. What a guy. I do like a bit of ass chaps, to be fair, so maybe I'll consider raiding ass chaps. I'll definitely do that one, Cannibal. That's so strange for a league with like 36 games to have a record low being over a point a game. Dead good NBA. I love that you even remember the name as well. Zealand. He sounds like a small streamer. Is he new? He's deathly ill, so I've heard. Soda popping. Oh dear. Norwich declaring Norwich City. Lads, you're welcome. Or toi. Any of you, really. We must be getting pretty close to Champions League finals and stuff. So it's Bayern versus... Are Spurs actually going to be in a third consecutive Champions League final? Galatasaray versus Lechowinge in the Conference League. If Lechowinge win a Conference League before me, and it's Man United Lazio in the Europa League final. So that's the first one up. So we have lost Lechowinge, incredibly. I think that might be the first time I've actually seen that. 34. I think it's sometimes FM is a bit weird and it only counts games played in only counts stats from the game start instead. Amaranth, interesting. What about who's that other one? Is it Taylor Javot? Was that the one that always used to be on the side panel? That's the one, Stuart. Yes. Espanyol win again. That relegates Celta Vigo. No, it doesn't. He's also, I hear he's a really good tennis manager streamer as well. If you're into that kind of thing. Corinthians. Well, we should probably have another look. Oh no, I've already done it. Cool. It's my other friend. I see. You got a lot of friends there, Inferno. I see. Are they under the desk too? A glimpse of elbow. Already pressed enter. Yeah. Great minds or average minds think alike. I really hope that Lechowinge actually win a Conference League. That would be wild. So that's going to be great, particularly if we get a good budget, which if we get into Europe is a possibility. Because I think there's a few players in this team that we could cash in on, Bilal being one of them, that would allow us to really like rotate the team into something that's even better. Because we might be able to get a few kind of those kind of guys that are more in the 9 to 10 million pound, but you can feel that there's quality there, but the sort of player that we could never realistically sign before. We might actually be able to grab a couple of those guys. And we might be able to go, hey, look, we've only got these small slots, but one of them could potentially use it. Yeah, it'll be transfer stream. The question is, Portsmouth want Tommy Steinmetz. Hello, Millennium. What's happening? What's happening is we are approaching the final day of the season, neck and neck on points with Sevilla. And basically, we have to better their result on the final day. If we do, we get Conference League. I like that Pompey are getting aggressive with their transfer strategy now that they've won the league. Seems a little bit low for Steiny, right? Also, I think it kind of shows that we made the right signings with Lechowinge if they've got to a Conference League final. I imagine I have a disproportionate amount of Pompey followers just because of that's what kind of broke me onto the FM scene was rebuilding Portsmouth. For a while, that was still my most viewed video up until I started changing the contract as Man United win the Europa League. And there you go. See? Makes up for last night. In 13 years' time, you're going to win the Europa League. No, not 13 years' time. 11 years' time. Less waiting time, right? Broken the spine. Oh, yeah. All of America. Do we have? But I have seen that. Didn't one get the cops called on them? I definitely saw something about that. Yeah, and obviously in Cube doing bits. Aaron still imagine. No, they've been through a few. I think this is just on my playlist as it happens. So yeah, I'm pretty certain this is just on the playlist. Max, thank you for the follow. I would imagine so, given that they've, AI clubs tend to fall off when you leave. So I'm going to offer Isaac Earl a contract because we have to do something with him. I'll only just give him a 2-year deal. And then we can put him in the B team. They are. I can't remember who their manager is right now. It is Michel. Of course it is. He says as if he had any clue. Michel's actually been there for a decade. So their current man, and he's won them the FA Cup, the Carabao Cup, and now, of course, a Europa League. Nobody no Premier League titles in there. They've come close a few times. Speaking of, how's that looking up? Did Newcastle win in the end? Nope. Oh, mate. I feel so bad for them. Every time we've looked at the Prem the entire season, Newcastle have been winning it. Told you. No fun allowed. So 75 points to win a Premier League. That's bad. Leeds United, though. Conference League. Coming 7th place ahead of City. Past positions. Oh my days. Chelsea literally only led the league in for the last 3 match days. Newcastle led the league from match day 13 all the way up to they were 17 games they were in charge. Ouchie. That's got a sting. Gremio, while we're at it. Goes second with 104 points. That's insane. I presume your friend won the league with like 104 points and a better goal difference? That would be my prediction anyway. Yes. Oh, I bet he still gloats about that to this day. You know, it might not be the worst thing in the world that our B team is actually still playing in the 4th tier next year, because at the very least, it's going to... 110? That's wild in a 38-game season. Holy shit. How's Marquez actually got on this year? 6 goals, 6 assists. He should have more assists, but that's not his fault. He's an overpay that is going to be nice for the time being. But eventually we will have to consider replacing him with someone that comes through that's like, you know, one of the youngsters that gets to like 21 and is starting to look tasty. I think they'll be ready to replace him. We just need to find that right player. We may already have them. It could be one of those crazy youngsters we got, but they're just so young that they can't possibly develop fast enough yet. But that's why a nice pressure-free season next year could be great. A year where our only goal really is to try to get back into Europe again. Although that will be tough because, let's be honest, next year Athletic Club and Real Sociedad are likely to be better. So that's going to be difficult for us. But at the very least, just having a season where we're in the Conference League is going to be a great opportunity to blood some of these young players because they'll be playing against much weaker sides. Hopefully. I mean, admittedly, we'll have no coefficient. Not that it matters. What you mean, Carvajal? I think you're right. Jose Carvajal seems like the guy for that role. He does get good ratings, but he's never going to get any better than he is. That was my issue with signing him, because he was 25. He cost us nearly £13 million, and he's never going to get any better. And in order for us to win a Champions League and win a La Liga, we are going to need him to. We need a player that's going to be better than that. That's why I generally speaking resist buying guys at that kind of level, because I just find that you're just spending money that you're never going to be able to recoup. I'm loving what I'm seeing from Cole Pineda though. This is tremendous. He's looking fine. I wonder if actually putting him on... Oh, no, I am getting him trained there. Because he's played on both sides. The one thing I would say about Cole Pineda is he hasn't actually contributed a goal or an assist this season. So his output is still not amazing. He's mostly been off the bench. But he looks like he should be good and will hopefully be in time. You've got only 2 months. It's quite low for a hip injury, honestly. Is he at the Milan lab? Right. Scout report. 99 players. Now we're talking. Okay, get rid of the oldies, unless there's any crazy boys in here. Jeez, that's quite a lot of people, including myself. Looks like I'm out of contract with those guys. Not that that's a huge surprise. A few more of them there. This might be mostly Patreon regens and random... Why are we getting so many of these guys in here? I'm guessing some of their contracts are probably up. Jet ski with stabilizers. Oh, that's Logan McCracky, bless him. Most of these guys are very mid and being released. I think that's why they're there. Oh, there's Juric as well. Wow, he fall off quite hard, actually. Don't mind a bit of that. Okay. Let's get rid of the crazy expensive guys. Unless you're ridiculously good. He cost a fortune that we really can't afford right now. We haven't had many jet ski injuries of our own, I agree. Ah, this was the guy from the next gen list, wasn't he? He is good. But honestly... I actually don't know how successful he would be in our system. He only has 12 work rate. Who's he wanted by? 14 clubs. Oh, all of them. I do think he's good. So I will still shortlist him, but I'm actually not sure he'd flourish in our tactical setup. Let me get rid of some of the crap. Because there's still a few guys. The Thai guy's fallen off. As has Ryan Quinn. Glad we didn't spend the money on him. Is that random Syrian dude, or is he Egyptian? He might be Egyptian, actually. Right, let's just send some of these guys around again as well. Get a bit more information flowing on some of you. Oh, I like there's a South African dude in there. That's good. He's another skeleton. Could be, yeah. Right, well, there's more of them. There's quite a few Nigerians that are still needing more scouting, which in time we can get. Ooh, D'Amico. Wow, Lionel D'Amico could be one guy. 26. Well, hopefully. I mean, I think any impression that there isn't going to be an FN26 is misguided. There will be, I mean, will it be called that? I don't know, but there definitely will be one. Filtered between... when you say filtered, do you mean on here? Where are you filtering it? Because as far as I know, you can't filter this screen by anything, right? To my knowledge, anyway. This just shows you players that are being scouted. Shows Joseph Winter. He doesn't even look like good anymore, honestly. Age between. And again, like I said, where are you filtering this? As far as I know, you cannot filter this screen. This is just an inbox that shows you players that you've requested scout reports on, they think you'll find interesting, or are in recruitment focuses. In scouting, The only thing you can do here that's to do with age is free agent offers. The ages are free agent offers. But that won't exclude players that have got clubs, as far as I know, unless there's any more here. I might be wrong, but as far as I know, I wasn't aware that you could filter this screen beyond the free agent offers, which obviously is going to vary anyway, because most of the time I tend to ignore those. Now, obviously, they're really useful initially. What's this guy? This is El Shazli, and he's still only 16. I tell you what, Salah El Shazli looks pretty good. Great stamina as well. Really good crossing. Relatively cheap for Egypt as well. I'd be tempted to shortlist him for the time being and go back and have a look in the summer, depending on what the money is like. What have I even got this filtered by, actually? Potential. There we go. So, when you scout for players. But when you say when you scout for players, are you talking about recruitment focuses? Are you talking about... oh, yeah, of course you can do it by players in range. But remember, the scouting center isn't about which play. The scouting center isn't just showing you players that you have specifically requested to scout. It's showing you any player that your scouts think you will be interested in. So, for example, I have this currently set between 15 and 23, but that won't stop players who are older from that coming through if they believe that I'm interested in that player, basically. So you're always going to get players that are outside of those things, basically. You're not going to be able to stop them. And to be fair, you don't need to. If you're not interested in them, you can just delete them, basically. But you're never going to be able to stop them from showing you them. Sirens did have an El Shazli. Yes, he was the midfielder / right back, actually, that we had there. Confirmed it last week. There you go. Did they really? Must have missed that. What was I doing? Oh, yeah, we can do it from here as well, actually, to be fair. Actually, doesn't this other screen give you more information? So maybe we'll do it from here instead. It's the same thing, but... most of these guys are just incredibly goodish looking Brazilians that we're going to be able to struggle. It's got the EU national thing on this one too. So Guillaume, the right back. Cheap, but... actually, his cheapness kind of makes him better. El Swazli, that's the guy. He was surprisingly good in that save. I like him, but I'm also like, At least he would have been a EU. You're £4.4 million, non-EU. Technically not amazing, but he's only 18. There's a lot of these guys are quite cheap, actually. Much because of their ages, to be fair. We have to accept there's going to be a lot of these random guys. Right, Jamie. Oh, you're just not... oh, I'll tell you what, right? If he was just a fraction better from a physical standpoint, he would be very intriguing. To the point where I'm not convinced that he isn't going to be good. Bit worried about that stars there, but still, he's worth looking up. So because I know I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to get better. Edson Ochoa, right-sided winger. He's quite expensive, though. He's kind of fun. So, going to pine over pixel players of crit. Do you know I didn't? But you know, life comes at you fast. you got to do something with your life, and this is where I found myself. And I'll ride it for as long as I can. Like I was saying earlier to chat, like I am so grateful to be able to do this as a job, and I will never take that for granted. Believe me, it's wake up every day being lucky to do it. Right. Oh wow, what a weird set of attributes. God, if he was just better in the air, this guy would be an incredibly good centre-back. I do worry about his potential long-term, but... same story. He's, God, I do love seeing these weird attribute breakdowns on players. Claudinari Ribeiro. Oh, no, lacks the physicals. It's 18 as well, so that worries me more. Mini Major, thank you very much for the follow. Did I miss a look? Oh, no, I didn't. We're good. Any player outside of stream? No. Because you wouldn't understand what I was talking about, right? Regions look normal. I don't know. Are you using any kind of external regen faces or anything? Because I've actually just gone for the default regen faces for this save. Just to try and mix things up a little bit, honestly. Alex Mays. Where's he from? Ohio. Okay. He should sign for Toledo in the Spanish third tier. He'd like it there. Be right at home. We've got Ney. The problem is with a guy like Ney, right? I'd just go hoarse yelling at him constantly to get back and actually do some tackling. That's the issue. He's got the physicals going forward, but the technicals just aren't there. Just look horrific. I think maybe just a little bit unlucky, Lashley. To be fair, we've got some goppers, but we've also got some fantastically like long-haired magician-looking motherfuckers, you know? Valdo. There's a ball winner. Oh, see, there you go. It's Ron Weasley. Sorry, Ronald Weasley. Can't stop hoofing it, exactly. You know what they say? You can lead an Ada Walker. Walker? You can lead an Ada Walker, but you can't make him eat the crisps. He's got good tackling on him too, actually. He's just terrifying. You could stare through that man's soul. Who's this guy? He's 21. He's just kind of well-rounded. Hello, my big forehead. POV, you're me in the mirror in the morning. Oh, he's Peruvian. Hang on a minute. Wait a second. Just collect the phones. Franz Bravo, 21 years old, Peruvian, cheap, striker. Please be fast, Franz. You had one job, Franzy boy, and it was not this. You've chosen a different career, and I respect it. You just won't be moving forward with our recruitment of you. You're just, oh God, if he was a little bit faster. Oh, okay, check the Union Berlin. This mixes things up a little bit. Karol Chernak. Do I want the German mercenary? Or the Czech German mercenary? He's cheap, but I think that would be asking for trouble. Never let them over the threshold. This guy, I feel like we have to sign. He's £18,000. It would be stupid not to sign a guy for 18 grand, right? God, he's just lacking the physicals. He's only 17, though. Hang on, was he a Polish Brazilian? Christian. Yes. Jagiel. Wait, no, that's the the lesser spotted double dodgy L. Look at that. Immense. Hang on, so that's Jagiel. Hang on. Jagiel. Well, I've never seen the two of those L's pronounced together. My apologies, Polish friends. Yeah, if you're 18k, I mean, it'd be stupid not to try and sign him for 18k, wouldn't it? That is a very large wage there, bud. Like, are you sure about that? I want to see what he wants. There's another Peruvian here from Sporting Cristal. At least he's 17. Fabrizio Avel... not super excited. There's Dan. We've got Dan. Oh, Dan's fast. Well, Dan's not slow. I don't think he's it. We've also got Kim. We've got Little Kim. Oh no, Little Kim. Very expensive as well. Holy shit. 80 to get for... Yeah, literally. There's Eduardo. Oh, it's a complete wingback left side. 19 years old. This guy could have a bit of... Ooh. Expensive boy. 6'2", though. Loves a bit of left-sidedness about him. Might shortlist you for the summer, just in case we get a little bit fruity with our transfer budgets. It's a 45k dude here. Jonathan Gomez. What on earth are you? I don't mind Eduardo. You're pretty cheap too, actually. I might just pick you up just because I can't get enough of these random young Spanish guys that we keep picking up from the 4th tier. And he does fit that note. All right, 47k, done. You're extremely expensive. Moroccan mercenary guy. Good jumping reach. Presumably for nutting everybody. I don't mind Eduardo, but definitely one for the shortlist. None of them are there, and I'm like, wow, this is a guy we must sign immediately. It's got insane physicals for the Shadow Striker. The problem is you can't really do that because at the end of the day, you're going to just find the same guys that you've probably already scouted for the most part, and it's just looking for a striker, basically. Because if we're going to be able to find a guy for the role, they're probably very young as it is. And we're more likely to find them through this type of scouting than I think pure attribute scouting, because we'll end up missing them. Because most of the time, the only reason we get this knowledge of these players is because of the team reports. And if we don't already have the team report once on that player, we just won't get that knowledge. And I think this is still the best way of us going about it. We just have to know that that player is almost certainly out there. We just have to find them. But once we do, it's over. The league is not ready for us when we find our Gonzalo Reynoso. He is going to tear this league apart. So we've got Joshua... Wait, which one is it? Nope, different one. I think he's just called Josh King in the game, isn't he? I believe it's this dude. Yeah, it is. He's playing as a DM, remarkably. Trying to get Conference League. Yeah, of course, yeah. When I say double L, I don't know how the L is, the secondary L is actually pronounced as a solo letter. I only know how to pronounce it in words. No, the B team's kind of screwed it, unfortunately. Hello, Sam. The B team kind of really shat the bed towards the end of the season. As a result of us sticking about with tactics, and then they just seem to not work properly very well at all. But in a way, I'm kind of pleased that they're still sticking about in the 4th tier, because it means that they're going to be in a position where they can at least... God, that's a lot of points. Bottom of the league with 32 points. That was such a congested league. But they did get relegated, unfortunately. Back down to the 3rd tier with them. Wait, I remember this dude. Wasn't he, like, really good for, Wait, was it... I swear he was, like, really good at Vargim when we were at Le Challenge that first season, didn't he? Yeah, there you go. Bang. 29 goals that year. So wild. See yourself. Certainly, sir. May I direct you to a mirror? Now, you're probably still absolutely killing it. At Fiorentina. 1 England cap still, which is mental to me. But you are worth £85 million. Have a 3-year extension on your clause there. And double-digit goals from midfield. Are you playing as a midfielder? Oh, the league's literally finished. 30... That is a lot of goals in Serie A for a midfielder. To be honest. Probably Polish to think I might have to, yeah, at this rate. Although, it depends on where we end up. Hopefully Wisła is even still an option for us by the time the next game comes out. How's Wisła doing in the league right now? Are they still looking like they could get in promotion battle? The one thing that does suck is that we're not going to get to do the thing where they're in the 2nd tier and in Europe the first season of the save, which is what would have happened had FM25 come out. We'd have actually got to manage them. Hello, great today. How's it going, man? Welcome back. Hope life's been treating you all right in the meantime. In 5th place, but unlikely to get promoted, because it would suck if they did get promoted. Not for them, obviously, but it would suck for our save purposes. Be more fun to take them over as a 2nd tier side. Jonty Zool is at Derby County these days. Has now been there for 4 years, and in fact, is... Whoa, the turncoat. He's wanted by Portsmouth. Newly promoted Portsmouth are after a bit of Jonty Zool. Is he going to do the ultimate betrayal of Saints? Thanks for asking. Oh, that sucks, man. Hopefully life will improve for you. You've done well. You've got a 100% record of beating any trouble so far. 6'8" centre-back. Was it Skelly Alvaro? 0 goals in... That's... Yeah, that kind of tracks with how Andrea Pereira has been delivering set pieces in real life. 1 promotion spot. For my own selfish reasons, I'd like them to not go up. But next year, when we're managing them, I would like them very much to win the league at an absolute canter. That way I can try and get myself to a Wisła game. Sool the Snake, indeed. The poshest snake that ever did live. See if Andrew still cooks league. I do like the fact that Liverpool sold you and then replaced you with Andrew Cook in the same position. Oh, you're actually wanted now by, still, again, Al Ahly. I suppose technically it was actually Fulham that sold you. Nijetsa. Oh, I remember someone telling me that Nijetsa had gone up. That's cool. I love stories like that. I'm just really looking forward to managing in Poland next year. Particularly if the game is good too. It sort of sets up perfectly. Poland is the perfect building a nation, I believe. The names are fun, the youth rating's solid, the clubs are cool, I really want to go to Poland, etc, etc, etc. Really looking forward to going to Krakow. There's a few places I'd like to go in Poland, actually. I wouldn't mind going to Gdansk as well, or even Wrocław. I just want to go to Poland. It's an excuse to go on a really nice little holiday. Let's see. Oh, there's some beautiful cities there from what I can tell. Every time I see like random travel vloggers that I watch that go there, I'm just like, oh man. Marino wanted, but yeah, he's wanted by Portsmouth, I think. No, probably is actually, let's be honest. Who's he wanted by? Norwich, Pauk, Troyes, Le Challenge. I love it. They're just following me around. The scouts are just following me. Right, okay, this is massive. Last game of the season. Best possible lineup is out there, I feel like. Other than maybe Nikolic having to start. But really, there's no one else we could conceivably put in that position to start the game. Other than Sven. Okay. Oh, unfortunately... Oh, did I? I realised I didn't actually show you that. My bad. You've played 32 times for them and scored 3 assists, which means that you've at least contributed to their, like, their downfall, I suppose. It was always going to be tough for you. It does look like that you'll be back at Le Challenge, but does your contract... Ah, so you're out of contract again this summer, which means there's every chance you'll end up in Spain with us for a little bit. Swedish finished him in Equinors. That would be very, very tough to do Build a Nation. Unless there's... I suppose if you're just taking over the club and not imposing any extra rules, you'll be fine, right? Travel agent. It totally is, though. I wouldn't have randomly gone to Malta otherwise. Although I really do want to go back to Italy. I really do want to go back. I loved it when I was like 13 there on a school trip, but I want to just take Pog for the weekend, maybe with some mates as well. I want to sit in a piazza and sip wine that a friend who knows much more about wine than I do has chosen. I want to eat carbs for every meal. As if I don't do that already. Like, I want to change my life in no possible way. I feel like the only country I could go to where I wouldn't have food anxiety would be Italy. I'd just be like, give me it all. Sestri Levantic, never heard of it, mate. Oh, I'm a wino, you know me. Oh, shit. Okay, didn't realise he was on the bench. Sorry there, Mohammed. Looks like you're not going to have the day of your dreams. What are we thinking for the last subby benchy position? Who deserves a run? Probably Garcia. Just not that he'd only get in there anyway. Right, okay, here we go. Final day of the season. All on the line now. And Limoncello. Oh, I don't know. Florence or somewhere like that. Be so sick. I guess we just have to keep an eye on the Sevilla score. Like, we can draw this game if Sevilla lose to Atletico. They're away from home as well, if I recall. There's a lot that can happen. I want to make sure that they are away from home. They are. Sevilla are away at Atleti. Atleti kind of do still need to win to get third place. Yeah, they probably don't. Malta. We went on the Friday and came back on the Sunday, I believe. Or it went out on the Saturday. Okay, came back on the Monday. I was there Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night. Obviously, I was at the football on the Sunday, but we still went to Medina on the Sunday. Friday, we did a lot of walking around St. Paul's Bay. I actually never really went to Valletta, per se, other than when I was at the airport at Luta. I didn't see a lot of Valletta itself. I saw mostly other parts of the island, basically, but it was a lot to see in one weekend, as Dosso already gives us the lead. Oh, please be onside. I swear to God. Oh, no, man. That could have been this is a worrying start. Just because, you know, you have those games where you're just like, where every single chance you get is offside. I'm worried that this could turn into one of those games. It's super early, though. But I think Feta just releases this ever since... Yeah, he's offside. God damn it, man. Goji bar of chocolate. Ooh, I like a Galaxy. Something about the richness of the chocolate that I really enjoy. What I just want to see is Atletico go in front. That's all I want to see. Particularly as it's now 10 minutes into the game and we've had nothing happen other than that chance. Like, who's going to be the hero that puts us into Europe? Dosso. Feta. Oh, Dosso again. Out of his feet. Go on, son. He's scored! Please don't tell me this one's offside. Nope. 1-0. That is a really nice goal. Feta with the assist. Cyril Dosso. Your move, Sevilla. Come on. Marlon Hilly. He wouldn't take me there. It is a Fulham choice, isn't it? This is a beautiful touch. Look at that. Outside the defender. Gets it out of his feet. And it's actually not a very good effort. Hernandez, if anything, is caught off guard by the fact that that just goes underneath his body. 1-0. Sevilla lead. Oh, well, you're joking. So we literally both taking the lead at the same exact moment. Oh, don't you dare. Ripple. I don't mind a Ripple as well. Ripples are solid bars. I had a Ripple Easter egg this year. Cheers, Mum. As things stand, we would miss out on Europe on... Oh, that's... I thought it was going to be a red card or something. Carachea. He's all the way through. Carachea. That's a dreadful effort on goal. Flakes, I find, aren't... They fall apart too much. They're too crumbly, man. Okay, looks like he didn't get hurt, at least. Oh, don't do this to me, Atletico. That was a very violent tackle in a minute. Team instructions, how they affect the game. How'd I come up with it? That's more from just... I wish I could be like, X means Y, this is why Z happens. But a lot of the way that I build tactics is just basically going, in theory, this should work. I can't explain why. And then tweaking it until it does. I think underneath there is actually a lot of pattern recognition going on that I can't translate from my brain onto words. But there are definitely tutorials out there. I just don't know who the best person to... RDF is probably the guy that would know this sort of information. I learned a lot from him. And I don't know if Max really delved that deep into it. Come on. Torre with the equaliser. Come on, if we get a second goal here... They've not had a shot yet. Yeah, the tactic is a little bit of a mad one anyway, that we kind of got forced into. Feta, strike off the bar again! Wait, it's in! We finally scored a free kick. Tenerife 2, Racing Santander 0. What a goal! That was an absolutely beautiful free kick. So much so that I didn't even think that went in. He could not have put that more where the scissors live. He's actually got on both sides there. Holy shit. Yeah, bust the net as well, actually. I learned a lot of initial tactical stuff from Bastonet years ago. Right, now we just need Atletico to stay being good. Or just not to lose. All they have to do is not lose their game against Sevilla, and we will be in the Conference League next year with 64 points. And by the way, it looks like Real Madrid are actually genuinely going to bottle the league. Which is funny as hell. We're carrying Nikolic a little bit, but that's okay. Hey, if we're going to choose the time to score a free kick, now's the one. That's the time for it. We are handling this game perfectly. The way we finished this season. Giussi, Feta again. Oh my. It's 3-0. Feta scored another one. This guy, he just has games where he's a little bit like Lima from the Lashoins days. The guy that would just turn up when needed. Look at this for a finish. Out of his feet, bang. 2 absolute rockets. He's always got so close to a captain. Watch the Sevilla game. You can't watch a game when you're already involved in a game. That's physically not possible in FM. Sharik, thank you very much for the follow. Hopefully I've said that correctly. No, not this summer. I just felt that maybe he has a ceiling that we're approaching quite quickly, and I was worried that he may not have the legs to carry us all the way, but right now, just get on my back. Like, we're all on his back right now. It's his world, and we're just living in it. Just gonna go for another one. Jesus Christ. Oh. Porte's been solid. I like that we tried out that silly wingback thing just as like a bit of a joke because we had some time available, and it's actually somehow made the tactic look even worse from a visual standpoint and play even better from a gameplay standpoint. Still not entirely convinced by it, but hey, oh shit, okay, this could be a problem. Oh, no, he's 1 yellow card away. Oh, 2-1 Atletico. Sevilla need 2 goals now to stop us from getting Europe. Now, we've been in situations like this before, if you recall, when, for example, I think it was Olympic Charleroi against, was it Hoogstraten that cost us promotion before? Wait, who am I taking off here? Nikolic for... We're 3-0 up. It's time for the boy. I might give Mekwar a little run out, actually. And Raul. And save the other subbies. Afternoon, Orocheva. Victoria Host was won the 4th tier Invincible. Yeah, now that they're finally allowed into the proper leagues, they're going to crush for a little bit, presumably. We've made very light work of a team directly beneath us in the league. Yeah, they got a red card. It's 3-1. It's 3-1. We're going to the Conference League next year, chat. We've actually done it. 2nd season of the top flight. We've gone to the Conference League. We're going to get Herholt in there because why the fuck not? This season we have chefed. And it's with a lot of young players. And next year it's 5-1 to Atletico. We needn't have worried. It's 5-1. Socorro as well, now that he's settled in after a few games, has started to get like some more clean sheets a little bit. He's starting to look a little bit better in goal. Oh my god. Maybe not. Oh, just clump that long. Yes. I was hoping he'd leave that. Oh, actually, he might do. Yeah, European Tour next year, which is great because it means that we'll be able to register all of these young guys because they won't. Sorry, they won't have to be registered because they're all under us. Well then, Sven has just decided to murk somebody. Pray chat to the Church of Smates. That is the most Sven thing that he could have possibly done. Sven sent off in the 93rd minute for absolutely no reason. That's my boy. It's like having an enforcer on the pitch. Gotta clip that. Immense. What's going to be using? So, skin is SAS 25. I don't use any of the engine updates. I've yet to see one that made me think I wanted that it. I've yet to see one that didn't make the game look comical, and lots of high scoring stuff that just didn't look realistic in any way. As it's now 4-0. Vanderlei scores his double-digit goal. Marquez with the assist. We're 4-0 up on the final day of the season while Sevilla are losing 5-1. Insane. Mighty Drag, how's it going, man? What a time to join us. We've just qualified for the Conference League. Oh. Smedge is just... Smedge? Sven has just done it there. He's got to get the badge in. It's 4-0. Fortunate. But what a win to finish off the season while everything else was going weird elsewhere. And we've just gone, yeah, fuck it. Easy peasy. Yeah, if we'd have needed a goal swing, it would have got it. Not that we did, because we already had an insane goal difference advantage over Sevilla anyway, so I think our advantage over Sevilla has got a lot more severe. Yeah, we just wanted an impact off the bench, and he's definitely impacted that guy's shins. I love that he's just done... The man writes his own memes, really. I've never had a player that is capable of such incredible storytelling. Just by himself. Yeah, in the end, our goal difference is actually 15 better than Sevilla's, and it got improved by 8 on the final day of the season. Barcelona do win La Liga, despite Real Madrid having a plus 90 goal difference. And we will be in the Conference League next year. Oh. He's left marks all up that guy's shins. How many goals did they get in the end? 118 goals. Didn't win the league. 118 goals. Speaking of, the team that they scored 17 of those goals against didn't get relegated. To concede 87 goals and not get relegated is unhinged behaviour. Especially as Celta Vigo actually only conceded 70. Only. Wild. What about the second tier? Do we have a pure winner for that yet, or is that not actually... Oh, the league is still not even over yet. Betis have actually slipped further away from the promotion spots. They're just... Oh yeah, I forgot. I was like, what the hell's that about? I forgot that we were signing loads of random people. You're definitely not going to be a cup goalie, lad. 4K. I mean, that's okay. You're not having that. 7 grand. Lad, are you out of your mind? Accept or don't. Thought so. Yeah, well, bear in mind, Real Betis got relegated last season with an absolutely insanely bad season. And now it's happened to Celta Vigo. Squad play. That's a little bit aggressive. As long as I get rid of that, you're fine. There we go. Yeah, you'll have a loan back. Sure, why not, lads? Right. Smake's banned for 1 match. Feta was incredible in that game. His last few matches for us have really stopped him up. Like, 13 goals and 7 assists this season. Last year he got 6 and 8, so he's definitely stepped in the right direction. I feel like he's got a lot of these goals in recent games too. Yeah, look at his record lately. That's actually wild. Oh, that was to be fair, that was a friendly. Still, he's got 4 goals in his last 3. And an assist. He just goes through these wonderful spells of being able to get in... He only got 0.28 XG in this game, but scored 2 goals. Very well done, lad. Now we just need to wait for... What do we need to wait for? Why have we not got our budgets for next season? Do we still have to wait for the outcomes of the European games to get our budgets or something? Because I don't think we've been given one already, have we? It must be after the Champions League final. Either way, the fact that we've qualified for Europe is insane, actually. And hopefully we're going to get some nice budget to deal with.
Oh, this isn't where I parked my car.
Pajamesimo? Sorry if I said that incorrectly. Thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. If you are new to today's streams and have you enjoyed, then drop a follow. I'd appreciate that. Try this week. Oh yeah, we might as well try him now. I don't think he will. I think the biggest issue basically is that we're just simply not as good as the other clubs that are interested in him, and the game knows that. But if there was ever a chance that we could get him, it's now. Yeah, I was kind of hoping we'd just get our budgets immediately, because I need to end stream and have a piss. Ah, there they are. Euro Squad's being named as well. But before I do that, Swede. European rep. The European rep, I actually don't know. Nah, I think the issue is basically he's doing the whole, because he's not 18. Yeah, I think that's going to be unlikely that we get him, but you never know. Wait, other teams are in for him as well. Euro squads. Anyone fun in there? The only former. Who are you? Was he like a guy we had when we joined or something? What do you reckon for transfer budget then? I think it's got to be decent. I would say it's going to be 20 million. With like a nice chunk of wages, like 300k maybe. It was already 10 million before, so... Oh, wow. So basically no money. They've actually reduced the transfer budget. Excellent. Good work there, lads. So yeah, we had 10 million before. And now we have 9 million. And the exact same wage budget. Cool. But he's not going to be there by his birthday. Other clubs will sign him in the summer. Cool. I mean, we kind of knew that was going to happen anyway. So I'm not particularly concerned by it. We knew we were going to have to sell to buy. The question is who? I think really it's going to be a case of selling Bilal. If someone wants Bilal, which unfortunately no one does, or maybe finally selling Ron. Basically, it's because the club doesn't have a lot of money now, but obviously they're going to get a load of money because, one, we're in Europe, and two, we get like La Liga prize money and everything, which as we get closer and closer towards the top makes more of a difference, and we get TV money. So we're still going to get like another 40 million this summer. So from a like transfer standpoint, we should be all right. What about Moreno as well? Like we did have a move agreed to him for him to go to Racing Santander, but he turned him down because he's a bastard like that. And Portilla. Well, the thing is, Portilla can't go anywhere until we actually have a way of doing it. Super young lads going. I mean, we could, but the likelihood is if they're ever a major nation, they're not going to sign for us anyway. Ask for more money. I find that most of the time you don't get the option to ask for more money now. You can only ask for a larger budget next season, and they almost always say no to that. Well, Moreno, he always seems to have some kind of interest. I mean, LeShowinger were interested in him at one point. One thing I will to say is that this summer, now that it's been 2 years, it's probably about time we did Natty Cappy again. Because we've had a 2-year break from Natty Caps. It's definitely time for Natty Cappy. What would I sell? Let me have a look. Weird, yeah, innit? We didn't do it last year for good reason, but this summer is the perfect time for it. Like, literally the first thing we do. That goal difference is really healthy looking. It makes us look closer to these guys from a goal scoring standpoint than everyone below. And look at the gap as well. What's that? 16 points ahead of 9th place. We were very much in the top echelons of this league. So sponsorship income's the same. Broadcast revenue a little bit lower. No prize money, lol. Shirt sales are utterly meaningless. Right, let's just quickly check. Manager timeline, no. Bit of Santos reserves there. I do want to see what happens in the European matches. Just to see if LeShowinger win a final. Squad dynamics, that's looking tasty. I'll just tell them nothing. Thank God they actually gave you that option. Otherwise you used to have to basically piss them off in every meeting. Tenerife's training camp. Oh, where could we go? Where's Stupid? I like sending them to England just because it's like the opposite of what an English side would do. The one I really want to know about is Galatasaray LeShowinger. But we'll do both finals as well. Because remember, the Spanish league doesn't tick over until like beyond the start of July. We'll still technically be in this season at the start of next year, I think. Loads of homegrownness happening, including Giuse, who will count as a homegrown player for Europe next season. That's really exciting news. Who's he wanted by? That's worrying news. So who of the wanted guys would I sell? To be fair, I would understand why they would sack him, given that they didn't win the league. And as of course we know, Napoli have spent more money than exists on Earth. So Giuse I would not sell. Chilavert I would like to, but he's not wanted. Dosso, I could be persuaded to sell Dosso. Because I think we may at some point find ourselves cashing in. He only bagged 10 goals this year. And I feel like Raul will take his spot fairly soon. So if Portsmouth Portsmouth want everyone, don't they? They also want Steiny, who I would not sell. Ron, go ahead, lads. You have him. He's yours. Moreno is wanted by loads of people. I would happily sell Moreno. Marquez is not wanted by anybody. Rovirola, he will be gone anyway. Portera is wanted by Villarreal. It would take some persuading. Vanderlei is even wanted by fucking loads of people, including Portsmouth. God, Portsmouth have just gone, hey, we'll have all of your players, please. Herhut wanted by LeShowinger. It will depend heavily, but it does seem like there's good news in the fact that there's a lot of players there that I'd be willing to sell that are wanted by multiple clubs, which would be great because it means we could potentially do the old... we could play them off against each other in like a bidding war. Chekna Diakite. Unfortunately, it does not appear we've got any Chekna Diakites. It's possible that he's retired, given that we are now starting season 14. That is a chance that is the case, unfortunately. It does seem like LeShowinger and Portsmouth won everybody. Kavica Kvaratskhelia is retiring as well. The crucial thing is us getting a couple of nice sales early in the window, like a Moreno, like a Bilal would be amazing. There's still quite a few real players. We've even got guys that are real that are like 28 still. It isn't really until season 20 that you really have nobody left. So it's going to be a while yet. I'm amazed. Like, this is only the end of our 3rd season at Tenerife, which means that next season, going into season 4, will be the longest we've spent at any club in this save. And we've already gone from 2nd tier to Europe. Much like we did with Lechowinge in a way, although obviously you're one step slower than that. Right. Galatasaray versus Lechowinge. Come on, lads. What do you reckon? Tommel? Oh, no, he's got an injury, hasn't he? What in my squad? Just more players. Better players. Oh, man. You hate to see it. Yeah, they got all the way through. Oh, shit, you can't check on the same day, can you? Yeah, I don't have a specific hole in the team that I'm desperate to fill. It's more a case of, like, just want players that are good. Although, I think that long-term, what I want is a shadow striker that we can use and a right-sider that's going to be goated. But that doesn't mean that we don't already have those players. There's every chance of those guys we already have at the club. They just have to come through a little bit. So I don't want to go and sign loads of players that will then just take their time away. Lechowinge are off the list, yes. We could now not go back to them if we wanted to. Which is funny because if that rule I talked about on last stream was actually implemented, we would now have to resign from our job. So if you missed it last stream, we talked about the idea that if a club we'd previously managed in the save reached a final, you then had to quit your current job. Which I thought would have been an incredibly funny thing to have happen. Cole Pineda in the France under-21s is exciting. Benjamin Manchester's Generation Footload. Well, they're in the team report cycle. So if they've had any new players, then we'll find them when we next come around the team report. We've only got like 800 on the report. So basically every 2 and a bit years we'll go through there. I think Galatasaray will already... No, Galatasaray have been in finals before, have they not? I swear. If not, then they absolutely are now. Not that I think I would have managed... The 2 teams I'd manage in Turkey would be Eyüpspor and Batman Petrolspor. Isaac Earl's in. Currently our scouting is in the... There you go. Currently our scout... I think they're the only Turkish side that's off the list. I don't believe there were any others that were on it. But yeah, currently we're in our South American section of scouting, which means I think the next set will be Asian players playing the final for the showings. I don't know, actually. I think most of them would have been gone because you notice they sold most of them, which is how they've managed to invest the squad that they've got right now. And it has kind of worked. At least when they sold them for decent money. Like, and Cube obviously was worth a fortune, but we had to give him that release clause in order to get him to join them in the first place. Let's actually have a look, see who started in that game. Highest profile club on the list. No, Leipzig actually got off the list the very first season of the save by reaching the Champions League final. So you've got like Lyon, for example. They're pretty high profile. Trying to think who else. Lyon's the really obvious one. Kembe, he's at Brighton. Just cutting about at Brighton, being very, very good player, unfortunately. Let's have a look at the showings. But yeah, I think the highest profile... Then again, Lyon are in the second tier of this save. They're actually not even getting promoted this year, from what I remember. They did not finish the season well, did they? They came 6th in the league, so they did at least re-qualify. I think Scott's already going to become a coach, right? I think I already have him set up for that, right? So their lineup... Oh, my God. So none of our guys. Song Tae-yang, he was one of ours. Diego Carpio, still there. He was one of our guys. Love that. Is it actually going to reboot the whole game again? Just because of the... God, I hate when it does that. They've got Garen Cole as well. Sasha Cabrera, we didn't sign him, but he's really good. Who else is there? Ericsson Lima's still in the squad. Didn't play, though. Sergio Araúz. And I think that's it, honestly. Oh, no, Brian Rosales. Wait, no, that's a different save, isn't it? They played at the Terry Butcher Arena in Leeds. Wait, is that just a random... Yes, it is. Not even Leeds' ground. It's one of those random ones that's built for international tournaments and just exist. So, yes, the final was at the Terry Butcher Arena. Let's just see. Where's Cube? He's at Man United. Let's ask if he wants to be... There we go, Scotty boy. Lovely. Right. Will Spurs... This is Spurs' 3rd consecutive Champions League final in this save. They've notably managed to win no Premier League titles during this spell, but they did win a Champions League. And they've won another Champions League. Destiny Doggy, along with this guy here. Vaughan Urso Orsi Dadomo. He is 100% a face in the game. There's no way a guy called Vaughan Orsi Dadomo is not a face in the game. Immense. I don't think we can lads it's Tottenham anymore. They just won a trophy last night and they've just won 2 Champions Leagues in 3 years. The world is changing, chat. And I'm not sure how comfortable I am with it. Either way, that sets us up. I know Vaughan's back in. There was a Mark Vaughan that was very good. It was always a centre-back for Barcelona. In addition, the question is, Where are we going? Where's the peeps going for this afternoon? Who have we got live? Oh, Jack not? Oh, Jack's not streaming today. Or unless he's already gone. Has he been starting later lately? Let's see. I think it's a good time for D-Boy. I can't spell words, apparently. So, Sunday, big time. It's going to be good. I might have even sorted the garden by then. You never know. I might have some pictures for you. It's going to be good because we have to try and basically build a squad for you. Did that just like not do anything? I swear that just didn't do anything there. The hell? Sorry, the raid button didn't actually like... Is that working? No? Okay. Twitch, you alright there, lads? There we go. That was super weird. Yeah. Sunday. It's going to be fun because it's Sunday right before the final day of the season as well. So we get to have stream with transfers and stuff. And then we get to have final day of the Premier League, which is going to be amazing fun. Particularly that Champions League race is looking foisty. So yes, thank you for joining me today, friends. I will see you guys very, very soon. Thank you as always for your wonderful support. I'll see you guys on Sunday. Enjoy the